Chapter 834. Yuan Weiqing continued, LV Hushan, I'm sure that when they know that someone of us is outside with the thunderbolt pills, they will definitely think of a way to snatch them. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you're right. They might indeed try to snatch those thunderbolt pills. LV Hushan did not want to admit this fact, but he had to admit it. The thunderbolt pills produced by the secret thunder sect in the South County were quite precious. LV Hushan could guarantee that many people in the underworld wanted to get them. If they had a few thunderbolt pills on them, once they encountered danger, they would be life-saving items. Therefore, LV Hushan could not refute Yuan Weiqing's words. After Yuan Weiqing heard LV Hushan's words, he nodded. LV Hushan, if they just want to snatch the thunderbolt pills, then it's still a small matter. Most importantly, have you thought about what they will think when they snatch the thunderbolt pills? The secret thunder sect in the South County is very powerful. If they know who snatched the thunderbolt pills, they will definitely take revenge. At that time, they will definitely not be able to stop the pursuit of the secret thunder sect in the South County. Therefore, I'm sure that for their own safety, not only will they snatch the thunderbolt pills, but they will also kill all the people of the secret thunder sect in the South County. They will not leave a single one alive to prevent others from discovering that they did it. LV Hushan, this is the most terrifying part. If we lose the pills and the people, even if we want to find clues, we won't be able to investigate. How can we take revenge? LV Hushan, don't you think so? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan nodded silently but did not answer because he had nothing to say. If he was the one who snatched the thunderbolt pills, he would definitely do as Yuan Weiqing said. He would snatch the pills and then kill everyone who knew about it. No one would know that he did it. Because this was the safest way to do it, as long as one was not stupid, they would do it. This meant that the people who had these thunderbolt pills would definitely be in danger. Seeing LV Hushan lowering his head in silence, Yuan Weiqing let out a sigh as he slowly said, LV Hushan, you said that delivering letters is not a dangerous job. After hearing my words, do you still think that the job of delivering letters is easy and free of danger? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, this is different. The letter you asked me to deliver is not of this type. Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, what do you want me to say? The job of delivering letters is very dangerous. Perhaps it's not the person who delivers the letters that is in danger, but the person who receives the letters. Don't you know that? When we deliver the letter, if we want to protect our hearts, not only must we have superb martial arts, we must also have a strong heart. Sometimes, the enemy knows that we are going to deliver a letter. They want to know the contents of the letter, so they will set up all kinds of schemes to trick us. The reason why I didn't let you do these dangerous things was because you were too rash. I was afraid that you would lose, so I let you do some logistics work. Don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I understand what you're saying. If you send a letter to those colleagues who are delivering thunderbolt pills, the matter will naturally be very serious. However, delivering letters to these colleagues' families, is this also important? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, I remember very clearly that many of the letters you asked me to deliver were written by colleagues to their families. They were just to tell them that they were safe. Is that also important? Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. You are obviously messing with me. Do you think I can't see it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. He turned to look at LV Hushan and asked slowly, LV Hushan, do you think that delivering letters to your family is a very easy thing? LV Hushan turned to stare at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, isn't it? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you are wrong. Delivering letters to your colleagues' families is also very serious. Why don't you understand? LV Hushan smiled coldly. Yuan Weiqing, I don't understand. I want to hear what other excuses you have. Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, I'm not quibbling. It's the truth. Just like what I said just now, you think that delivering a letter is a simple matter. But if you think about it carefully, this letter often has a great significance. Delivering letters to those colleagues who are delivering goods, this letter is related to their safety. This is very important. Delivering letters to your colleagues' families is also related to many serious matters, so I am afraid that it is even more important. Don't you understand? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. Do you think that I will believe your words? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, since you don't believe me, then I will tell you why this letter is so important. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words. LV Hushan, if I let another colleague deliver a letter to your family, and send a person who is very weak and inexperienced to deliver the letter, what do you think will happen? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, continue. I want to see what other lies you can say. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I am not lying to you. This is the truth. There is no lie. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, and then he said slowly, LV Hushan, since you don't want to say it, then I will say it for you. What if I send a letter to your family saying that you are safe, but I don't pay attention to this matter and send an irresponsible person to deliver the letter? As a result, this person is killed halfway, and the letter naturally can't be delivered. LV Hushan, you may think that this is just a letter to say that you are safe. It is no big deal. Even if it can't be delivered, it won't affect anything. But have you ever thought that this letter has a detailed address and some content that only your family knows? If these contents are known by some people, what if these people do something bad? The consequences will be very serious. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. What's so serious about this? It's nothing more than a letter. The content of the letter is only to report that I'm safe. Even if they know the content of the online message, do you think they can report it for me? Hearing LV Hushan's cold snort, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, why don't you understand? I am worried that they will deliver the message for you. Hearing Yuan Weiqing emphasize this sentence again, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what are you worried about? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, think about it. They know your home address and the content online. Of course, they know that you are from the Tanlei sect in the South County. We have already said that the Thunderbolt pills produced by the Tanlei sect in the South County are very powerful. Many people want to get them, but they don't have that many gold coins, so naturally, they can't get them. However, this letter gave them a chance. They followed the address on this letter and found your home. Then, as for how they treat your family, let's not talk about it for now. I will only say that if they ask your family to write to you and ask you to bring back 100 Thunderbolt pills, will you agree? What? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was shocked. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? They want me to bring back 100 Thunderbolt pills? LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He sneered and continued to speak without caring for Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, are they dreaming? They want 100 Thunderbolt pills? Let me tell you, not a single one. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, if you don't have a single Thunderbolt pill, then I will also tell you that your family will be wiped out. What? LV Hushan was shocked again. Yuan Weiqing, do you mean that if I don't bring back 100 Thunderbolt pills for them, they will attack my family? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, of course. How can they let go of such a good opportunity? I can assure you that if you don't listen to them, the consequences will be very serious. Do you believe me? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe it. If they dare to do this, once I catch them, I will definitely make them regret it. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you can talk about those words later. I just want to ask you, if you receive this letter, what will you choose? Will you bring back 100 Thunderbolt pills in exchange for the safety of your family, or will you use force to deal with them? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and asked, Yuan Weiqing, what do you think I will do? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. I don't know. Even if I encounter such a thing, I don't know. Hearing this, LV Hushan sneered and waved his fist. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, if they dare to threaten me, I will never let them go. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, do you mean that you will never compromise and will fight with them to the end? LV Hushan sneered and nodded. Of course. How can I bow to them? I will never do that. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, I heard that your child is still young and very cute. I heard that you like him very much. Is that true? Hearing this, LV Hushan's face suddenly changed. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I don't mean anything. I just want to tell you that your family is not only you, but also your family and your child. Do you understand? LV Hushan, when you make a choice, I hope you can think about what is the right thing to do. LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, do you mean that I should compromise with them and give them 100 thunderbolt pills? Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, I don't know. I have already said that it is not just you. Everyone will find it difficult to make a choice when they encounter such a thing. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued to speak. However, if you think about it carefully, in fact, most people will choose to take 100 thunderbolt pills back. After all, thunderbolt pills are just worldly possessions. Even if they are gone, we can make them again. However, if your family is gone, then it is really gone. You will never have the chance to have it again. Do you understand? Hearing this, LV Hushan secretly sighed in his heart. How could he not understand? Yuan Weiqing, you want to tell me that I should use 100 thunderbolt pills in exchange for the safety of my family, right? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, I don't want to tell you anything. I just want to say that this choice is also a helpless move. However, if you think that using 100 thunderbolt pills can really exchange for the safety of your family, then you are wrong. Hearing this, LV Hushan couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean by this? I have already brought back 100 thunderbolt pills. Are they still not satisfied? Yuan Weiqing nodded. Of course they are not satisfied. LV Hushan, this is a great opportunity. As long as you bring back 100 thunderbolt pills, it means that you are a money tree. Although you can't drop gold coins, you can drop thunderbolt pills. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, I am sure that when you bring back 100 thunderbolt pills, the game has just begun. Do you believe it? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe it. If they dare to do this to me, do you believe that I will kill them on the spot? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sneered. LV Hushan, I don't believe what you said. LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, since they don't dare to deal with me directly, it means that their martial arts are definitely not as good as mine. So if they dare to go back on their words, I will kill them all on the spot. Is there anything to doubt about this? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, do you treat them as fools? Let me tell you, even if you bring back 100 thunderclap pills, not all of their people will come to see you. They will only send one person to receive the 100 thunderclap pills you bring back. As for the rest of the people, including your family, they will probably lock them up in other places. LV Hushan, I don't believe that you dare to do anything to your family when you can't see them. Chapter 835. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned and then sneered. Yuan Weiqing, even if they did this, aren't they afraid that I'll find them? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, if they were afraid, they wouldn't do this. Let me tell you, this time, if you take out 100 thunderbolt pills, they might let one of your family members go. Then, they will ask for 200 thunderbolt pills in exchange for more family members. I believe that they won't let you go until they squeeze you dry. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, although LV Hushan's face was calm, he was extremely shocked. If such a thing really happened, there was really no way to solve it. If he used force to save his family members, he wouldn't be able to find the location where they locked them up, so he could only compromise and agree to their various requests. But just as Yuan Weiqing said, as long as he agreed to them once, there would be a second time, or even countless times. They would keep asking for various items. The most important thing was that he couldn't do anything to them. This was the worst thing. For the safety of his family, he could only endure. However, was it useful even if he endured? Yuan Weiqing saw LV Hushan lowering his head and not saying anything. He suddenly sneered, "LV Hushan, let me tell you, if such a thing really happens, your life will be ruined. Think about it, if you happily take out 100 Thunderbolt pills the first time, they will happily ask for 200 more Thunderbolt pills. There will be a third time until you have nothing left. There is another important problem. You may have never thought about it, but they want so many Thunderbolt pills. With your financial ability, you definitely can't afford it, so you can only use various methods to get these Thunderbolt pills. In the end, because of these Thunderbolt pills, the South County's secret Thunder sect will expel you from the sect, and you will be alone. At that time, even if you want to take revenge on them, think about it. They have so many Thunderbolt pills in their hands. Even if their martial arts are not as good as yours, with these Thunderbolt pills, will it be so easy for you to deal with them? So, I'm sure that as long as this happens, your life will basically be over." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and sneered, "LV Hushan, since you understand, then let me ask you, is this letter important?" LV Hushan, who was deep in thought, was suddenly awakened by Yuan Weiqing's words and nodded subconsciously. "Important, of course it's important." Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, "LV Hushan, since you know the importance of this letter, do you still think that what I asked you to do is not the most dangerous thing?" Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but immediately, he didn't wait for LV Hushan's reply, he continued. "LV Hushan, although this matter doesn't seem to be very dangerous on the surface, if you think about it carefully, this matter is more dangerous than anything else. If I don't send a trustworthy person to do it, do you think I can face the person who delivered the letter? If things really develop as I said, what do you think we should do then? The person who is in trouble will hate me, and he will hate you. Maybe when something really happens, he will not seek revenge on those people, but you and me. Because I didn't pay enough attention to this matter, I didn't send a capable person to deliver the letter, and this tragedy happened. And you, because you didn't pay attention to this matter, you are hated by this person. Maybe the first person he will seek revenge on is you, because you are the worst person in his mind. If you didn't lose the letter, his family would be fine. In the end, it's all your fault, LV Hushan. Do you understand? LV Hushan, it is because of these reasons that I will treat this kind of thing as the most important thing to do, so as to avoid the situation we just talked about and prevent the tragedy from happening." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and sighed, "LV Hushan, tell me honestly, am I wrong to send you to do this?" Hearing this sentence, LV Hushan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything to defend himself. He had always believed that Yuan Weiqing was tricking him and making him do some boring tasks. But now it seemed that it was not the case at all. Just like the job of delivering letters, it sounded really important, even more important than many dangerous tasks. Could it be that I wronged Yuan Weiqing? No, LV Hushan suddenly remembered another thing and sneered in his heart. "Yuan Weiqing, you dare to lie to me." LV Hushan raised his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, "Yuan Weiqing, even if you are right about what happened just now, I don't want to argue with you. Then let me ask you, we are just delivering a letter to the buyer. Is this important?" Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. "Yuan Weiqing, every time I deliver a letter to the buyer, you set the shortest time for me, almost leaving me no time to rest. Tell me, why is this? Could it be that these letters are also very important?" Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. It was not easy to fool around with two questions. He didn't expect LV Hushan to ask a new question. He is really a difficult guy. Yuan Weiqing smiled and nodded. LV Hushan, of course, these letters are of course important. Otherwise, why would I set the shortest time for you to deliver the letters? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you dare to lie to me. You are right about what happened just now, but I don't believe that delivering letters to these buyers is so important. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, do you think that I don't know the contents of these letters? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback. LV Hushan, what do you mean by this? Do you think I am tricking you? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, isn't it so? If you didn't trick me, why would you let me do this kind of insignificant thing? Having said this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, you let me do these boring things, and then you all drink and chat at home. Let me ask you, if this is not tricking me, then what is it? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, how can you blame me for this? You asked to do the dangerous mission yourself. I didn't ask you to do it. How can you blame me? LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if it is a dangerous mission, I naturally have nothing to say, but is this also a dangerous mission? Having said this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to quibble. Let me tell you, I know the content of those online. Those people wanted to buy Thunderbolt pills, but there was no stock at that time, so they asked me to send a letter to tell them that there was stock and they could come and buy it. Such a simple thing, can it be considered a dangerous mission? Yuan Weiqing, I can tell you that such a simple mission can even be done by the elderly and children. Why must I do it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's face changed slightly, then he waved his hand and said with a smile. LV Hushan, do you think that the letters you sent are really simple? LV Hushan sneered. Isn't it? I just want to know why it can become a dangerous mission. Yuan Weiqing, if you can't say it, then quickly admit that you are tricking me. After hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, you have really misunderstood me. These missions seem simple, but if you really do it, it will definitely not be simple. Do you believe me? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. It's such a simple thing. It's just sending a letter. Can't others do it? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, since you don't understand the reason, then I will explain it to you. I will let you understand why I asked you to send the letter. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, the Thunderbolt pills produced by the secret Thunder sect in the South region are very powerful, but the price is also very expensive, so not many people can afford it. For example, those big sects buy these to prevent anything from happening, and some people buy these things for self-defense. For example, maybe an enemy comes to them, so they buy some Thunderbolt pills to deal with the enemy. Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and sighed. LV Hushan, take you as an example. You have an enemy who will come to your door in 5 days. Therefore, you want to buy some Thunderbolt pills to deal with your enemy. We also know this situation, so after we have the goods, we immediately sent someone to send a letter to tell him to quickly buy the Thunderbolt pills so that he can deal with his enemy. However, if we send an ordinary person, what if something happens to him on the way? For example, he is very unlucky and meets a bad guy who is strong in martial arts and kills him. Then, the letter will naturally not be delivered. And our buyer did not receive the letter at the agreed time, so he thought that there was no goods. In desperation, he could only make some other preparations. However, the enemy's martial arts were higher than his, so no matter what he did, it was useless. So, in the end, he was killed by the enemy. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused and sighed. Then, he slowly said, LV Hushan, think about it. Every time I ask you to deliver such a letter, I ask you to deliver the letter in the shortest time possible because I know that they are waiting for the thunderbolt pills at home. It can be said that they have placed all their hopes on the thunderbolt pills. If we don't deliver it quickly and something happens, then our conscience will be blamed. LV Hushan, do you think I'm right? Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned. He never thought that there were so many reasons behind this. Yes, Yuan Weiqing was right. If it was really that kind of situation, when this person decided to buy the thunderbolt pills, he really had to use the fastest speed to inform them. Moreover, if the other party couldn't buy the thunderbolt pills, the consequences were very serious. Maybe it was really like what Yuan Weiqing said. He would be killed by the enemy because he didn't have the thunderbolt pills. Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan lowered his head and didn't speak. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, some things are not as simple as you think. Just like what we just said, if the person who delivers the letter is killed on the way, the person who wants to buy the thunderbolt pills naturally can't receive the message, so he will definitely be killed by the enemy. However, if we send a person with low martial arts and no sense of responsibility to deliver the letter, he will not be killed by the enemy, but it will delay a lot of time. LV Hushan, have you ever thought that in the time he delayed, the person who bought the thunderbolt pills might have been killed? So, whether it is late or never, it is unfair to the person who bought the thunderbolt pills. LV Hushan, it is because of this reason that every time you send such a letter, I will ask you to use the fastest speed. We must not affect the other party because of your delay. Do you understand? Hearing these words, LV Hushan frowned. Although he felt that something was wrong, he couldn't say it for a while. He could only nod helplessly. Yuan Weiqing, you are right. Yuan Weiqing waved his hand and said with a smile, LV Hushan, it's not that I'm right, but it's the truth. We have to do our best in everything. Otherwise, if we cause losses to the other side because of our mistakes, we can compensate them if it's in terms of money. But if they are killed by the enemy, how can we compensate them? LV Hushan, we must not live in condemnation for the rest of our lives because of our carelessness and dereliction of duty. Don't you understand this principle? Or should we be like you and not take this matter seriously at all? We always think that it is a small matter, and even send the old people and children to deliver the letter. Do you think this is safe? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan let out a sigh. Yuan Weiqing, you're right. We really can't delay the delivery of such a letter. Because during the delay, something big might really happen. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed. He knew that this problem was solved. LV Hushan frowned even more. He always felt that something was wrong, but what was wrong? Delivering the letter to those buyers really couldn't be delayed because, as Yuan Weiqing said, the price of the thunderbolt pills was very expensive. Ordinary people really wouldn't buy it. Many people bought the thunderbolt pills. They were really dealing with a powerful enemy, so they would spend a lot of money to buy the thunderbolt pills. Chapter 836. Seeing that LV Hushan did not answer him, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, I hope you won't misunderstand me in the future. I'm doing this for the Tanlei sect in the South County. Remember, as long as I think it's a serious matter, it must be serious. It's definitely not as simple as it looks on the surface. Just like what you said about sending letters, think about it carefully. This is probably a very serious matter. If there's a slight mistake, the loss will be very great, so we must treat it seriously. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, now you understand my painstaking efforts, right? You shouldn't have any complaints, right? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned, Yuan Weiqing, I can't win against you in terms of sending letters. Even if you're right, how are you going to explain other things? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, do you still have something to be dissatisfied with? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, that's for sure. Didn't I just say that since I agreed to do dangerous things, I've basically done all the work in our team? However, you've been drinking tea, chatting and watching me do things every day. If you were me, wouldn't you have any complaints? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand, LV Hushan, you can't blame me because you applied for it yourself. I didn't force you to do it, right? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, actually, since you came to the Tanlei sect in the South County, I found that you have a problem. I don't know if you've noticed it. Problem? LV Hushan snorted coldly. Yuan Weiqing, then I want to hear what's wrong with me. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, have you noticed that you have a lot of complaints? Hearing this, LV Hushan's face suddenly changed. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked angrily, Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? Even if you set me up, I can't say anything against it. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, that's just one thing. Think about it carefully, you have opinions about almost everything. In the beginning, I was afraid that you would complain, so I didn't dare to let you do dangerous things. That's why I let you do the logistics work. However, even though it's such an easy job without any danger, you still have complaints. You think I'm being unfair to you and that I'm ganging up with everyone to bully you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and continued, LV Hushan, in order not to let you say that I bullied you, I can only agree to your request and let you do dangerous work. However, when I asked you to do something, you still had complaints and thought that I was cheating you. LV Hushan, tell me the truth today. What should I do so that I won't cheat you? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, your request can't be for you to do nothing and drink and chat at home every day, right? If so, then I'm sorry, I can't meet your requirements. Everyone is out to do things. How can we stay at home? Don't you think so? Although the logistics work is a bit tedious, it's safe. This is actually very suitable for you. Your martial arts are not high, and there's no danger in the logistics work. This is a good job, but you're still not satisfied. Since you're not satisfied, then do the dangerous tasks. But you think there's too much work, so you're still not satisfied. LV Hushan, you really make me don't know what to do. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't make it sound so nice. If you're really doing it for my good, why do you stay at home every day and only let me do the work alone? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, let me ask you. Why do you say that you are the only one who can do the work? Do you really think that the other colleagues will do nothing at home and let you do all the work? LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, you're right. You're like this. You let me do everything alone, and you all enjoy life at home. Yuan Weiqing, do you really think that I don't know? I just don't want to say it, but I know all this. Even if you want to lie to me, you can't. Hearing LV Hushan's complaining words, Yuan Weiqing smiled helplessly. LV Hushan, I don't understand what evidence you have to prove that you're the one who did all of our things. LV Hushan, do you think that the tasks assigned to our team can be completed by you alone? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, in fact, I'm not a picky person. Even if I have to do a little more every day, I have nothing to say. But the problem is that you let me do everything. If it were you, would you be willing to do it? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, this is just your imagination. You just need to think about it carefully. So many tasks can't be completed by you alone. It can only be completed by everyone working together. Do you understand? So quickly forget about this idea. It's not true. Don't misunderstand me again. Misunderstand? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I won't misunderstand you, because this is the truth. You think I don't know, but I've seen it all. You're all idle. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, do you have evidence? If you don't talk nonsense. It's not good for all of us. LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I didn't know before. In the beginning, there were a lot of tasks assigned to me. I was so busy every day, but I didn't complain at all. As you said, everyone is here to do things. Why should I be calculative? So I have been working diligently, and I will never have any complaints. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sneered and continued. But one day, I found a secret. Only then did I know that all of you were idle at home, and I was the only one working hard. LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, if you were me, what would you do if you knew this kind of thing? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, what is this? How did you find out? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, there is a task list in our team. Every time there is a new task, it will be recorded on the task list, and then people will be assigned to do it. I didn't notice it in the past. It wasn't until one time when I saw the mission F that I was doing that I realized that I was the only one doing the work. Everyone else was idle. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, how is this possible? You just look at the name of a task. What can you tell? I think it's all just your imagination. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, don't think too much. This is not good for you. You already have a lot of complaints. If you continue to think too much, I'm afraid this problem will become more serious. At that time, it won't be good. Do you understand? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, it's useless to lie to me. I really want to know why I'm always doing the tasks below the task I'm doing. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, for example, my task is to deliver a letter to someone else, and the next task is to receive a piece of ore. Yuan Weiqing, if everyone else is doing something, after I accept this letter delivery task, I will definitely not do the next task. Because this task must be done by someone else. But every time, I realized that after I finished the mission of delivering the letter, I still had to complete the mission of receiving the ores when I came back. This is enough to show that the mission on this piece of paper was actually done by me. All of you were just idle, right? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed, but he quickly reacted and said with a smile, LV Hushan, what's so strange about this? You asked for this task yourself, and I didn't force you to do it. Can you blame me? Hearing this sentence, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I just asked to do dangerous tasks. I didn't say that all the tasks are done by me alone. How do you explain this? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, the tasks I asked you to do are very dangerous tasks. Those easier tasks naturally won't be done by you. LV Hushan let out a sigh. Yuan Weiqing, since you said so, then let me ask you. Just like I said, the first task is to deliver a letter. I have nothing to say about it, and I can't beat you in an argument. However, the second task is to receive ores. Is this also dangerous? Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan, frowned and asked, LV Hushan, do you think that the ores receiving task is not dangerous? LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. It's just receiving ores. It can't be more simple. To put it bluntly, even the elderly and children can do it. Why is it a dangerous task? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, you can't tell me that even the ores receiving task is as dangerous as delivering a letter, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, I also found that you have a problem. That is, you don't think carefully when doing things. You think that everything is simple, but have you ever thought that the tasks I asked you to do are actually not simple tasks? As for what you said about me cheating you, that is nonsense. It's just your own imagination. You're talking nonsense. LV Hushan was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, you said that I'm imagining things. I want to ask you. The ores receiving task is just to bring back the ores that have already been bought, and those ores aren't very valuable. Naturally, no one will snatch them. Is there anything simpler than this? Hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and thought for a moment before slowly saying, that's right. LV Hushan, I really didn't expect that you would think that such an important task was simple when I asked you to do it. I really misjudged you. LV Hushan waved his hand and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. I just want to know, how did a simple ores receiving task become a dangerous task? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, the most important thing is that the ores you asked me to receive are relatively common ores with low prices. To put it bluntly, even if you threw them on the side of the road, I'm afraid that no one would pick them up. Since not many people want these ores, what danger is there? Yuan Weiqing, I want to hear what explanation you have to give me. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, since you want to know, then I'll tell you. I think as long as you know the importance of this matter, you shouldn't have so many complaints, right? LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. Quickly give me a reasonable explanation. Yuan Weiqing nodded and said slowly, LV Hushan, our Nanjun secret thunder sect refers to the production of powerful firearms. It can be said that our name is based on these firearms. Just like the thunderbolt pills that we often use, do you know how many ores are needed to make them? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, the production of thunderbolt pills requires so many ores. Whether it is expensive ores or cheap ores, as long as one is missing, there is no way to make it successfully. It is also because of this reason that every kind of ore is very important to us. Just like the cheap ore you mentioned, you may feel that it is insignificant, but do you know that without this kind of cheap ore, we would not be able to produce the thunderclap pills? More importantly, the thunderbolt pills we produce are in short supply. It can be said that every time, we order before we produce because we lack ores and can't make more thunderbolt pills. And the ores you receive, although the price is not high, are important ores for making thunderbolt pills. Chapter 837. Yuan Weiqing continued, LV Hushan, the cheap ore you received might be a kind of ore that is urgently needed. It can be said that although the price of this ore is not high, the entire Tanlei sect in the South County is waiting for this ore because only by obtaining this ore can they continue to produce thunderbolt pills. At this point, Yuan Weiqing turned to look at LV Hushan and sighed, LV Hushan, do you know how many people there are in the Tanlei sect in the South County? They all rely on the thunderbolt pills to make a living. If they don't have that cheap ore, they won't be able to produce thunderbolt pills and naturally won't have an income. LV Hushan, there are so many people in the Tanlei sect in the South County. If they don't have an income, what will they eat and drink? Have you thought about this problem? Perhaps you think that this kind of cheap ore is not valuable, but have you never thought that everyone in the Tanlei sect in the South County is waiting for this ore? LV Hushan, think about it carefully. Under such circumstances, if I send the old people and children to get this ore, if there is an accident, how will everyone in the Tanlei sect in the South County be able to eat? Do you think that the problem of so many people is not a very serious problem? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him. Also, LV Hushan, do you know how many people are waiting to buy our thunderbolt pills? Maybe we can save many people if we produce them a day earlier. LV Hushan, think about it carefully. Is it important for me to ask you to get this kind of cheap ore? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. Then, he sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. Who would believe your words? Other than us, who else would use that kind of cheap ore? I just want to know, if you send the old people and children to get this ore, why would they have an accident? Could it be that someone else would snatch this ore? LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He sneered and continued to speak without caring for Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, even if they successfully snatched it, what can they do? This kind of ore is very cheap. Can they sell it for a lot of money? So let me tell you, the accident you mentioned is impossible. Since there are no benefits, no one would snatch such a worthless thing, right? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, you have too many problems. You always think that your way of thinking is right, but have you ever thought that your way of thinking is actually wrong? Wrong. LV Hushan turned around and looked at Yuan Weiqing as he asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, I'd like to know what's wrong with my idea. Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, you're not thinking about things comprehensively, you should consider this issue. Let's say we're the leaders of two gangs and we want to fight over something. As for me, I started early and bought a lot of thunderclap pills as a bargaining chip for our battle. As for you, because of your hesitation, you were too late. When you went to the secret thunder sect in the South County to buy thunderclap pills, there were no more. Therefore, you can only wait for new thunderclap pills to be produced before you can buy them. Moreover, you have to buy thunderclap pills because I have already prepared a lot of thunderclap pills. If you have them, you will definitely be at a disadvantage in our battle. Perhaps, you will be completely destroyed by us in this battle. The thunderclap pills produced by the secret thunder sect in the South County are very powerful. No one dares to underestimate them. You are no exception. In order to protect yourself, you must buy thunderclap pills. According to the original plan, the ore will be delivered in 3 days. In 4 days, you can take the newly produced thunderclap pills back. In this way, both of us will have thunderclap pills. Even if we fight, neither of us will have the upper hand. Naturally, there will be no problem of who will destroy who. However, because I sent the old man and the children to get the ore, there was an accident. What accident was it? Of course, it was me. LV Hushan, the battle between us is about to start. I will naturally pay close attention to you and know that you want to buy thunderclap pills. However, the secret thunder sect in the South County doesn't have any in stock. We can only wait for the ore to be delivered and produce thunderclap pills again. In order to prevent you from getting the thunderclap pills, I sent people to intercept the old man and the children sent by the secret thunder sect in the South County to receive the ore. As a result, it was naturally easy for him to succeed. Most importantly, no one knows about this news. Everyone is still waiting. The old man and the children have been killed or captured by me. If I don't want to cause trouble, I can still create some chaos on their way so that they can't leave for the time being. As long as I delay them for 8 to 10 days, even if the ore is delivered, it will be too late. As for you, you don't know about this news. You are still waiting for the ore to be delivered in the secret thunder sect in the South County. Unfortunately, you didn't get it. 5 days later, it's time for us to fight. I have thunderclap pills in my hands, but you don't, so you will be defeated. Perhaps, your gang will really be destroyed by us. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before he slowly said, LV Hushan, think about it. You were defeated because you didn't buy the thunderclap pills produced by the secret thunder sect in the South County. Countless members of the entire gang were killed because the secret thunder sect in the South County didn't produce thunderclap pills. The main reason for this is, of course, that the person who went to receive the ore was in a disadvantageous situation, which was the result. LV Hushan, if you send an important person to get these ores, it won't be easy for him to have an accident, and the chances of success will be higher. Although you don't feel anything, you sent the ores back on time, at least you saved many people. Do you understand? Therefore, although these ores are not valuable, it doesn't affect their importance at all. Perhaps without these cheap ores, we would have lost many people. Now, do you still think that these cheap ores are not important? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's eyes narrowed. After a while, he reacted and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you're really amazing. You actually said that an ordinary cheap ore is so important. However, do you think you can fool me with this? This is impossible. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, you said that the two gangs fought, so that's why there was such a result. However, how many gangs would wait for the thunderclap pills to fight? Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, this is impossible. If they really wanted to fight, they would have bought the thunderclap pills long ago. Why would they wait until the fight was about to happen before they remembered to buy the thunderclap pills? Yuan Weiqing, you'd better not lie to me. Honestly admit that you tricked me. Why do you have to say these tricks? Seeing that LV Hushan was not fooled, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He then waved his hand and said with a smile, LV Hushan, why? Do you think I'm wrong? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, let's not talk about whether you're right or not. I just want to say that in this world, there is no such stupid gang. If they were really so stupid, they would have been destroyed by others long ago. Ch, can't they prepare some thunderclap pills early? Do they have to wait until the fight is about to happen before they buy them? Yuan Weiqing, this is unrealistic. You're talking nonsense. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I'm just giving you an analogy. In fact, this matter can be reduced to a fight between two families. Is it that a fight between two families won't have that kind of problem? Hearing this, LV Hushan couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, if it's a fight between two families, do they still need the thunderclap pills? Yuan Weiqing nodded. Of course. Why wouldn't they need it? Could it be that in a fight between them, they can be killed at will? LV Hushan, you're wrong. The fight between two families is more serious. They need the thunderclap pills more. Do you understand? Hearing these words, LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. I won't believe you. In a fight between two families, whoever is stronger will naturally win. Why would they still need to use those thunderclap pills? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, in fact, have you ever thought that even in a fight between two families, they all want to be the winner, so they will definitely fight for the most favorable situation for themselves? The thunderclap pills produced by our secret thunder sect in the South County can give them a great chance of winning. Why wouldn't they use them? Unless they don't want to win. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, and what you said just now, if the two gangs want to fight, why didn't they prepare some thunderclap pills early? LV Hushan, you may think so, but sometimes, you can't do what you think. For example, you know that the two gangs are going to fight in a month. Logically speaking, you should go to the secret thunder sect in the South County to buy some thunderclap pills. However, it just so happens that your gang has some problems and the funds are not available for a while, so you can't buy them in time. You can only buy them when the funds are normal. LV Hushan, if such a problem occurs, how will you explain it? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, that's impossible. Even if the gang is short of funds, it's impossible for them to go to such an extent. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, why is it impossible? This is very possible. Our secret thunder sect in the South County can produce thunderclap pills in exchange for funds to support a large number of gang members. However, don't forget that even our secret thunder sect in the South County has a shortage of funds. Of course, this doesn't happen often, but it has happened before. LV Hushan, if the enemy chooses to attack us at that time, then we won't have any gold coins to buy thunderclap pills, right? The other gangs are the same as us. It can even be said that they might not be as good as us because we can produce thunderclap pills, and they can only rely on some other things to survive. So, sometimes, it's normal for there to be an accident with funds, right? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. Even if there's a shortage of funds, can't we borrow some for emergencies first? I don't believe that at that time, which gang leader wouldn't think of this unless he wants his gang to be destroyed by the enemy? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing let out a sigh as he slowly said, LV Hushan, everything is not as simple as you think. Just like what you said, when you don't have gold coins, do you think you can borrow gold coins from others? That's right, LV Hushan. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe it. I'm not going to ask for gold coins. Why can't I borrow them? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, although the thunderclap pill is very powerful, it's also very expensive. If you borrow less, you won't be able to buy many thunderclap pills, and it might not be useful. But if you borrow more, do you think anyone will be willing to lend it to you? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, why not? It's a loan, and it will be returned sooner or later. If possible, I can add some interest. Can't I do that? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, if you have gold coins in hand, it's not difficult to borrow gold coins. But if you don't, I'm afraid it's not easy to borrow gold coins. Of course, with your face, you may be able to borrow a small amount of gold coins, but it's almost impossible to borrow a lot of gold coins. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, But then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, let's make an example. If I borrow 1 million gold coins from you now, will you lend it to me? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I don't have 1 million gold coins. How can I lend it to you? Do you want me to borrow gold coins and then lend it to you? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, if you have 1 million gold coins now, which is all your property, and I'm in a difficult period now, would you lend it to me? Hearing this, LV Hushan was suddenly stunned, and his brows gradually furrowed. How is this possible? I have 1 million gold coins. How can I lend it all to him? However, this was LV Hushan's subconscious thought, but he also understood the meaning of Yuan Weiqing's question, so he immediately nodded and said with a sneer. Yuan Weiqing, of course I'm willing. If I have 1 million gold coins, as long as you ask, I will definitely lend it to you. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, don't lie to me. You can't lend it to me. Chapter 838. Yuan Weiqing continued, LV Hushan, you won't lend it to me. If you really have 1 million gold coins, you may lend me 100 gold coins. But if you want to lend me all 1 million gold coins, I'm afraid it's impossible even in a dream. Hearing this, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. How is that possible? If I really have 1 million gold coins, I will definitely lend it to you. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, we are all smart people. Don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, this matter is just like what I said just now. It's not that easy. There is no capital in the gang. It's impossible to borrow gold coins. So, what I said will definitely happen. Do you understand? Hearing this, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, if you can't borrow a lot of gold coins, then borrow less. Although it's less, you can buy some thunderbolt pills to protect yourself, right? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, let me tell you. If you buy less, it will only cause a little loss to the other party. It's impossible to completely change the situation. For example, the gold coins you borrow are only enough to buy 10 thunderbolt pills, but the other party has 100 thunderbolt pills. If the two sides fight with such a gap, let me ask you, who will win in the end? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, in fact, I know even if you don't say it. The person with 100 thunderbolt pills will definitely win in the end. In this case, why did he buy those 10 thunderbolt pills? LV Hushan, don't argue anymore. What I asked you to do is very important. It's definitely not a scam like what you think. You are overthinking, understand? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything because he couldn't even defend himself. What Yuan Weiqing said was very reasonable. Even if LV Hushan felt that something was wrong, he couldn't tell what was wrong, so he could only endure it. Seeing that LV Hushan did not answer him, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, since the first day you came to the secret thunder sect in the south region, I knew that you were not an easy person to get along with. Therefore, I tried my best to satisfy all your conditions. From the very beginning, I didn't intend to let you do those dangerous missions. I just wanted you to do some logistics work at home. You shouldn't have any complaints, right? However, you're not satisfied with your work in the logistics department. You always quarrel with your companions and complain that you're doing the most. But you've never thought about it. When you're doing logistics missions, everyone is risking their lives to do things. And your share of danger is shared by everyone. Even so, you're not grateful to everyone. Instead, you complain that everyone has asked you to do too many things. Later on, you took the initiative to ask me to do those dangerous missions. Although I didn't want to, I still agreed. And since I promised you, I must do it. Therefore, I asked you to keep doing dangerous missions. As for the logistics work, there are plenty of people who are willing to do it. Do you understand? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, it's fine if you don't mention this. I'm so angry when I talk about it. Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you. When I'm doing logistics work, I'm doing all the logistics work alone. However, when I'm doing dangerous missions, the rest of the people are doing the logistics work, and I'm doing all the missions. I just want to ask why this is. Am I doing all the work alone? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. LV Hushan, you've misunderstood. How can this be? After you don't do the logistics mission, someone has to do it. Do you want to pick anyone to do the logistics mission? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, when I'm doing the logistics mission, I'm doing it alone. Why is it that when they're doing the logistics mission, everyone is doing it? Yuan Weiqing, do you think I'm easy to bully, so you always want to bully me? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, to tell you the truth, it's really not what you think. In the team, the logistics work is the best job. Everyone knows this. In the beginning, when you were asked to do the logistics work, everyone was actually very jealous. When you're not doing it, everyone wants to do the logistics work. For this job, everyone is fighting over it. I have no choice, so I can only set a day for each of them. Otherwise, this matter will be really difficult to solve. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan could not help but be stunned. Then, he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I don't know anything? Let me tell you, I'm the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. I know the problem. Say, everyone is fighting to do logistics work, but in other teams, why is it that no one is willing to do logistics tasks, and everyone wants to do dangerous tasks? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, who told you this? How could such a thing happen? Let me tell you, they must want to lie to you. They're afraid that you'll do the logistics work, so they told you this, right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. When I asked this, I was already the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Do you think they're afraid that I'll do the logistics work? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. Then, he smiled and waved his hand. So that's how it is. I knew it. Why is it so strange? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, what's so strange about it? I just want to ask you, is your team different from other teams? Other teams say that the logistics work is the worst, but your team's logistics work is the best. Isn't this strange? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, you've been deceived by others. You still don't know. It seems that I can only tell you the truth. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, if you're the leader of a team, who will do the best work? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. Then, he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? It's the same who does the logistics work. Is there a difference? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, don't you understand? The difference is huge. That's why he told you this. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. I heard it myself. How can it be false? No matter how you explain, I won't believe you. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, if I don't tell you, you'll always be in the dark. Are you willing to do that? Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. Then, he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, since you said so, then I'd like to hear what you have to say. Yuan Weiqing nodded and said slowly, LV Hushan, let's go back to our previous topic. If you're the leader of a team, the logistics work is the best job. I'm sure that you'll let your relatives or friends do the logistics work, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, the expression on LV Hushan's face stiffened. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, I don't want to argue with you about this matter. Let's just say that you're right. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, this is not a matter of arguing. This is the truth. It's useless even if you deny it. Think about it. The best job is done by your relatives and friends. You're the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Your position is higher than his. If he asks you which job is the best in the team, if you answer that it's the logistics work, think about it. If you answer like this, the next question is very likely to be who's doing the logistics work. LV Hushan, if someone asks this question, how should he answer? Do you think he'll say that his relatives and friends are doing the best job in the team? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he will definitely tell you that the logistics work is the worst job. Otherwise, when others know that his friends are doing the logistics work, he won't be able to tell others. LV Hushan, think about it carefully. Isn't this the case? Even if you're the captain of that team, I'm afraid you'll answer the same. Tell others that the worst job in the team is the logistics work. Don't you think so? Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned again. For a moment, he was speechless. No matter what, he couldn't deny that Yuan Weiqing's words made sense. If others knew that the best job in his team was done by his friends, it would definitely not be good for his reputation. Therefore, he could only let others know that his friends were doing the worst job. This way, not only would he not let his friends down, but his reputation would also improve. He believed that everyone would do this kind of thing that killed two birds with one stone. Since everyone was doing this, could it be that what Yuan Weiqing said was right, and that the squad leader who told him was actually the one with ulterior motives? Thinking of this, LV Hushan had some doubts in his heart. Who was telling the truth? LV Hushan frowned. He had also done things in the team. Of course, he knew what kind of work was easy to do. Although the logistics work was cumbersome, it was not dangerous. This was something that other tasks couldn't compare to. Those companions who went out to do dangerous tasks seemed to be very relaxed every day, but when it came to doing the task, it was really tiring and dangerous. LV Hushan had done many dangerous tasks. There were several times when he almost couldn't come back. At that time, he really regretted it. The logistics work was good. Why did he have to suffer this kind of hardship? Could it be that I really misunderstood Yuan Weiqing? In fact, he was really good to me, but I just didn't understand it. Thinking of this, LV Hushan actually had a feeling of guilt in his heart. After talking for so long, didn't I just want to tell Yuan Weiqing that he was cheating me? Although LV Hushan felt that what Yuan Weiqing said was right, he couldn't believe that Yuan Weiqing was really good to him. After so many years, other than not being familiar with Yuan Weiqing at the beginning, he didn't know how he was like. After a long time and getting familiar with Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan began to believe that Yuan Weiqing was definitely not a good person. This was because many times, LV Hushan could feel that Yuan Weiqing was cheating him. No matter how he quibbled, he could not change the truth in LV Hushan's heart. Many times when he was doing missions, LV Hushan was really in danger. At that time, he hated Yuan Weiqing in his heart. Why did he arrange such a dangerous mission for him? There were so many people in the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Why did he only let him come alone? Thinking of this, LV Hushan snorted coldly and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, you're very good at talking. I'm impressed that you can make sense of this kind of thing. However, I know very well what I've suffered. No matter what you say, I won't believe you. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sighed. LV Hushan, I don't want you to believe me. As long as I have a clear conscience, I won't let myself down. As for whether you believe me or not, I really don't care. Even if you don't believe me now, when you understand in the future, you will understand my painstaking efforts and believe me. Therefore, I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for the day when you understand. LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. Let me ask you, why do you always let me go alone every time I do a dangerous mission? Why don't you let others help you? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, there are many times when you clearly need two people to complete a mission, but you insist on making me go alone. Let me ask you, aren't you tricking me by doing this? Could it be that you're treating me well? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, You're right. Many missions do need 2 people, and I did send you alone. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan's eyes suddenly widened and he sneered. Yuan Weiqing, this time you finally admit that you're cheating me, right? There were several times when I almost couldn't come back in the face of such a situation. Do you know that? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, I know, but what can I do? You can't blame me for this matter. What? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan was furious. Chapter 839. LV Hushan was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean by this? You let me do such a dangerous task alone and you dare to say that I don't blame you. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, do you think I'm a fool? As long as you fool me, I will believe you. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, why should I fool you? What benefits do I get from fooling you? Tell me, I want to know too. What benefits? Hearing these words, LV Hushan was suddenly stunned, then he sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, how would I know what benefits you'll obtain? But I'm sure that you'll definitely obtain benefits. Otherwise, why would you do this? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, sighed, and said slowly, LV Hushan, I won't get any benefits. Think about it carefully. Even if you were killed by those beasts when you were performing a dangerous task, what benefits would I get? You don't have any property. In other words, even if you did, if you were killed, your things wouldn't belong to me. In addition, I don't owe you money. As long as you are killed, I don't have to pay you back. Also, we have a harmonious relationship. Why would I harm you? Tell me, why do you hate me so much? No matter what I do, why do you think the worst of it? Hearing these words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I think the worst of it, but you did it. Are you still unwilling to admit it? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, since I didn't do it, why should I admit it? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, my question just now was about the dangerous task that requires 2 people to complete, but you let me go alone. Then, let me ask you, aren't you harming me? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing let out a sigh and said slowly, LV Hushan, there are some words that I didn't want to say. But since you want to ask and frame me, I have no choice but to tell you. I hope you won't be sad. LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I hope you will tell the truth. Since you dared to trick me, you should bravely admit it. Yuan Weiqing ignored LV Hushan's words and said slowly, LV Hushan, ever since you came to the secret Thunder sect in the South County, you've been dissatisfied with everything. I asked you to do logistics work. It's clearly the best job, but you're still dissatisfied. Do you know how many people you have offended when you were working in the logistics department? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, I'll tell you the truth. Our team has a total of 8 people, and you've offended all of them. You even complain about me every day. In your eyes, I'm a bad person. LV Hushan, think about it. Since everyone hates you, who would be willing to do missions with you? You're right. There are many dangerous missions that require 2 people to complete together. However, no one is willing to go with you. Even if I beg them, they won't go with you. What can I do? Speaking up to this point, Yuan Weiqing turned to look at LV Hushan and sighed. LV Hushan, you're really something. You've only been here for a short period of time, yet you've already offended everyone, causing everyone to speak ill of you. Not only that, even if someone partnered up with you to do a quest, they would still be mocked. In this state, LV Hushan, think about it. Who else would be willing to do missions with you? To be honest, I'm also very helpless. Seeing you like this, I once thought of letting you go back to logistics work to make up for this mistake. But what about you? You resolutely disagreed and insisted on doing the dangerous mission. LV Hushan, since you're so determined, what can I do? Others don't want to be in the same team as you. I can't force them to go. You don't want to do the mission alone. What can I do? LV Hushan, let me ask you. If you encounter such a thing, what would you do if you were me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's face became very ugly. His mood was even worse. He never thought that the truth of the matter turned out to be like this. It wasn't that Yuan Weiqing didn't want to send 2 people to perform those missions, but it was because no one was willing to accompany him. LV Hushan somewhat believed what Yuan Weiqing said because when he was doing logistics work, he had quarreled with many people and even fought with them. LV Hushan's martial arts in this team was good. In addition to Yuan Weiqing, there was another person whose martial arts were a little higher than him. Except for these 2 people, no one was LV Hushan's opponent. So when everyone fought, LV Hushan often had the upper hand and beat the other party. Thinking of this, LV Hushan secretly sighed in his heart. He felt that it was because of this reason that everyone hated him. At that time, because he was too irritated when he was doing logistics work, LV Hushan's temper was also very bad. When he fought with others, he was not willing to be merciful. The most serious incident was when he fought with a teammate. Because the other party's martial arts skills were too weak, he actually broke the other party's arm. Although he paid for the medical expenses, he was sure that the teammate he broke would definitely hate him. Because, from then on, the teammate basically stopped talking to him. Even if the 2 of them bumped into each other, the teammate would definitely not greet him. Thinking of this, LV Hushan frowned and thought in his heart. Could it be that it was really because of these reasons that the teammates in the team hated him? When he went to do the mission, no one was willing to be with him. Is this really the case? Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan lowered his head and did not speak. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, I didn't lie to you. It's all true. I know that after you heard the news, you must be upset, so I never told you. I was afraid that you would be sad. However, you must ask today, so I have no choice but to tell you this unfortunate news. I hope you can understand why I only sent you alone when you were on a dangerous mission and not 2 people together. At that time, I thought that you understood this matter, but now it seems that I was wrong. Not only do you not understand me, but you also hate me in your heart. So I have to say these words today. Even if you are sad, I can only say this. I hope that you will not hate me anymore. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. He suddenly regretted asking this question. If he did not know the truth of this matter, he would not be upset, but now that he knew, he was really upset. The most important thing was that this matter was not Yuan Weiqing's fault. He could only blame himself. It was his bad relationship with everyone, so it led to this reason. Thinking of this, LV Hushan's heart suddenly moved and a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. What's going on? Why does everyone hate me? Why is this? Why did I offend them? It was because I was doing the logistics work, and I was asked to do it alone, so I was angry and did not know the severity of the matter. At that time, he only thought that Yuan Weiqing was setting him up, so he was full of anger and vented it on his teammates, which led to this result. Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly understood why there was such a result. The reason for all this was not his fault, but Yuan Weiqing in front of him. It was all because of Yuan Weiqing that he was asked to do the logistics work, so he did not get along well with everyone. That's right. If I didn't do the logistics work, how could there be these problems? It must be. Yuan Weiqing deliberately set me up, so he asked me to do the logistics work. Then, he asked me to do too many things, which made me angry. Then, of course, I offended all my colleagues. Thinking of this, LV Hushan understood everything. All of this was done by Yuan Weiqing. If Yuan Weiqing did not arrange for me to do the logistics work, these things would not have happened. Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly raised his head, looked at Yuan Weiqing, and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I really didn't expect you to be so scheming. When I first came to the secret Thunder sect in the South region, you had already started to plot against me. You are really ruthless. I finally know you. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked with some doubts, LV Hushan, didn't I say it very clearly just now? This matter has nothing to do with me. It's everyone who doesn't want to do the mission with you. This is all your own reason. You should understand. Why do you still hate me? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, are you saying that when you do the mission alone, I should force everyone to go with you? Let me tell you, this is impossible. If I force them to do the mission with you, if they go to the Hall Master to complain about me, then I will be the unlucky one. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, I'm not talking about this matter. From the beginning, when I came to the secret thunder sect in the South region, you asked me to do the logistics work. If I'm not wrong, your purpose at that time was to make me offend everyone, right? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, what are you talking about? Why would I plot against you? Why don't I understand? What benefits would I get from plotting against you? LV Hushan sneered and shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I don't know what benefits you would get from plotting against me, but you did it. I also want to know the reason. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, don't try to deny it. I have seen through you. You are such a person. Since I came to the secret thunder sect in the South region, you have been plotting against me. Tell me quickly, what is the reason? How did I offend you to make you hate me so much? Hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, what are you talking about? When you first came to the secret thunder sect in the South region, I didn't even know you. Why would I plot against you? Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned and had some doubts in his heart. Yuan Weiqing was right. When he first came to the secret thunder sect in the South region, he didn't know anyone. It was also the first time Yuan Weiqing had come into contact with them. They didn't know each other. Why would Yuan Weiqing plot against him? Thinking of this question, LV Hushan was really puzzled. What was all of this for? Could it be that before he came to the secret thunder sect in the South region, he had offended Yuan Weiqing? But that was not right. Before coming to the secret thunder sect in the South region, he did not know Yuan Weiqing. It was impossible for him to offend him. But since he had not offended him, why would he harm him? Could it be that he was thinking too much? Yuan Weiqing did not harm him, nor did he plot against him from the beginning. He was just thinking too much. Was that really the case? LV Hushan did not believe it. If Yuan Weiqing was not plotting against him, why would there be so many coincidences? From the moment he came to the secret thunder sect in the South region, he had started to do logistics work. In the end, he had offended everyone, causing everyone to be unwilling to do missions with him. Although this was very dangerous, it was not without benefits. At least, he let everyone know that his ability was still very good. Perhaps it was because of this that he could become the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South region. After all, in the face of dangerous missions, he had completed dangerous missions that could only be completed by 2 or 3 people. However, this was not the main point. If he had a choice, LV Hushan would definitely not choose to complete the mission alone. It was really too dangerous. As long as LV Hushan thought of the past, he felt a chill in his heart. Many times when he went to do missions, he almost could not come back. LV Hushan had already deeply experienced this kind of dangerous moment. He remembered very clearly that there was once when he went to the Black Mountain to retrieve the black ore. There was a kind of ferocious beast on the Black Mountain that was quite powerful. Even if LV Hushan wanted to deal with it, it would be impossible. According to his past experience, although the ferocious beast on the Black Mountain was very powerful, if 2 people did this mission together, this matter would be much simpler. Although the attack power of the ferocious beast on the Black Mountain was very strong, its movement speed was not fast. Under such circumstances, as long as one person restrained the ferocious beast on the Black Mountain, the other person could go and retrieve the black ore. However, the problem was that LV Hushan was only one person. He did not have any helpers. If he wanted to obtain the black ore, he could only eliminate the ferocious beast on the Black Mountain. However, it was not that easy. Even if LV Hushan went all out, he might not be able to defeat the ferocious beast on the Black Mountain. Chapter 840. Thinking of this, LV Hushan was terrified. If it weren't for his good luck, He might not have been able to come back that time. LV Hushan still remembered very clearly that when he went there, he followed the designated location to find the black ore. As a result, he encountered the beasts on the Black Mountain. At that time, he also knew that there were beasts on the Black Mountain, but he never expected the beasts on the Black Mountain to be so powerful. The two sides only fought for a while, and LV Hushan was already injured by the beasts on the Black Mountain. Not long after the two sides fought, LV Hushan fell into a disadvantage. Just as he was about to die, a person happened to appear on the mountain. This person rushed over to help, and LV Hushan escaped and took the opportunity to run out. At that time, LV Hushan also understood that there had to be someone to pin down the ferocious beast on the Black Mountain. So when he saw that person already fighting with the ferocious beast on the Black Mountain, he didn't care about that person's cries for him to help. He immediately turned around and ran to find the black ore. This person's martial arts were not much worse than LV Hushan's. If the two of them were to deal with the beasts on the Black Mountain, they should be able to fight to a draw. However, there was only one person left. He couldn't run away, so he could only grit his teeth and persevere. He thought that if he went to help and killed the beasts on the Black Mountain with LV Hushan, there should be no problem. However, he never expected that LV Hushan would run away. It wasn't easy for LV Hushan to find the black ores and get enough of them before he left. When he came back, he saw the ferocious beasts running towards him from afar. It gave him a fright and he immediately ran down the mountain. After running to a safe place, LV Hushan remembered that there was another person who was holding back the beasts on the Black Mountain for him. However, he had already gone down the mountain. If he had to face the beasts on the Black Mountain again, he would definitely not go. LV Hushan looked at the Black Mountain and silently prayed for that person in his heart. Then, he immediately turned and left the Black Mountain. As for the person who came to help, he could only pray for the best. However, LV Hushan also understood that when he found the black ore, the beasts on the Black Mountain had already chased over. This was enough to show that the person who rushed over to help had probably been killed by the beasts on the Black Mountain. Thinking that this person came to help him, but he actually ran away, LV Hushan felt a little guilty. However, this guilt quickly turned into anger towards Yuan Weiqing. If Yuan Weiqing hadn't asked him to come to Black Mountain alone, he wouldn't have encountered the ferocious beasts on Black Mountain, and he wouldn't have wanted to be killed by them. As for the person who helped him and was killed by the ferocious beast on the Black Mountain, LV Hushan could only secretly pray that it wasn't his fault. If there was anyone to blame, then blame Yuan Weiqing. Thinking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said coldly, "Yuan Weiqing, do you know that because of you, a person was killed by a ferocious beast on the Black Mountain? Don't you feel guilty?" Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He asked with some doubts, "LV Hushan, what does this have to do with me? Why should I feel guilty? I didn't ask him to go." LV Hushan sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, don't quibble anymore. If you hadn't only sent me to the Black Mountain to get the black ore, I wouldn't have been in danger, and that person wouldn't have come to help me." At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. "Yuan Weiqing, do you know how grateful I was when that person came to help me? If it wasn't for him holding back the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain for me, how would I have been able to obtain the black ores? Speaking of which, if it wasn't for you, how could he have been killed by the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain?" Yuan Weiqing was a little stunned. He didn't understand why this kind of thing would happen to him. Could it be that as long as one of the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain died, he would have to do it once? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing frowned, "LV Hushan, from what you're saying, it seems that when you went to the Black Mountain, someone helped you." LV Hushan sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, of course. If it wasn't for my good luck, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain." Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's frown deepened, and he asked with some doubts, "LV Hushan, since someone helped you, the two of you should be able to chase away the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain, right?" Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, it's easy for you to say. If the two of us can't beat the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain, what should we do? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing understood a little, and asked tentatively, LV Hushan, you were afraid that even if the two of you couldn't beat the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain, so you ran away alone, right? LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, this is all your fault. If it wasn't for the Black Ore, why would I leave the battlefield? Speaking of which, this is all because you only sent me alone, leaving him alone to resist the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain. Tell me, shouldn't you feel guilty because of this matter? Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, it has nothing to do with me, so why should I feel guilty? Speaking of which, the one who should feel guilty is you. This person kindly came to help you, but you actually ran away. LV Hushan, I'm sure that if you didn't run away, that person might not have been killed. Do you believe me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned, turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing, and sighed, Yuan Weiqing, why do you think so? If I didn't run away, what if he saw that he couldn't beat the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain and ran away first? At that time, wouldn't the person who died be me? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked in confusion, LV Hushan, do you really think so? LV Hushan sighed, Yuan Weiqing, I have a mission to do in the Black Mountain this time. If I can't get the Black Ore back, the Tanlei sect in the South County won't be able to produce thunderbolt pills. At that time, wouldn't it affect the major event? Therefore, my mission is more important than his. Even if I have to run, I have to run first. What I'm worried about is that he can't tell the severity of the matter and doesn't care about my heavy responsibility. If he runs away first, it will be terrible. After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and looked at LV Hushan with a dumbfounded expression. After a while, he asked tentatively, but, LV Hushan, have you ever thought that he's here to help you? Hearing this, LV Hushan sighed, I know. That's why I'm very grateful to him for helping me. I still remember him. Also, I want to tell you this news and let you know that it was your mistake that caused a person to be killed by the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain. I want you to feel guilty for the rest of your life. After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with me. Why should I feel guilty? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you know that the ferocious beasts on the Black Mountain are very powerful, but you still sent me alone. I know very well what you're thinking, but unfortunately, nothing happened to me, but something happened to someone else. Shouldn't you be responsible for your mistake? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand, LV Hushan, let's not talk about this matter. No matter what, this person went to help you, not me. Do you understand? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, the most important thing is that you went to the Black Mountain to perform your own mission. This has nothing to do with me. This is all your own fault. If it weren't for your bad relationship with your colleagues, why wouldn't they be willing to go with you? So, LV Hushan, you can only blame yourself for this matter. He can't blame me. Do you understand? LV Hushan was a little annoyed when he heard such strong evidence being used by Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, you're tricking me. Are you still not willing to admit it? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, ever since you came to the secret thunder sect in the South County, I've been taking care of you. However, not only are you not grateful to me, but you even hate me. What else can I do? LV Hushan clenched his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, most of the dangerous missions can't be completed by one person. However, no matter how dangerous the mission is, you let me go alone. Don't you think that I will be in danger? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, I've told you about this before. You were the one who didn't agree. What does it have to do with me? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you told me that whenever you assigned me a dangerous mission, as long as I had any complaints, you would immediately tell me. If you didn't want to do these dangerous missions, you could return to your logistics job. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, Let me tell you, no matter how difficult the mission is, I will never do logistics work again and let you order me around like a servant. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, you're thinking too much. Who treats you like a servant? This is impossible, right? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, why is it impossible? You're doing this. Why are you saying it's impossible now? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, this is not possible. Why would I say it's possible? You're just doing logistics work. How can you be our servant? Don't misunderstand. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, misunderstanding? What is a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding means that you're doing it for my own good, but I'm wrong. That's a misunderstanding. But what about you? Are you doing it for my own good? No, you're setting me up. You're harming me. How can it be for my own good? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you why I don't want to do logistics work. If I do that job, I will become your servant. I have to clean your room and prepare hot water for you every day. This is not what a servant should do. Then tell me, what should a servant do? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, since you said so, then let me ask you, what should logistics work be like? In other words, what should a person doing logistics work do? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, doing logistics work is, of course, managing the logistics life of all the team members. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. He asked curiously, LV Hushan, then tell me, what should I do specifically? LV Hushan nodded. Doing logistics work, the main job should be to manage the logistics life of everyone. For example, if someone's room is dirty or messy, he should be punished. He should be asked to clean up quickly and tidy up the room. Also, if someone's quilt is not folded properly, he should be checked and asked to fold it again. He should also be punished. In short, doing logistics work is doing this kind of work. Otherwise, what's the difference between it and being a servant? Hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked tentatively, LV Hushan, according to what you mean, I, as the captain, should be under your management? Of course. LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, can the captain not be hygienic? Can he fold the quilt carelessly? Let me tell you, doing logistics work should be doing these things, not doing things like a servant as you said. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing finally understood the crux of this matter. It turned out that LV Hushan actually wanted to do this kind of logistics work, but unfortunately, the secret Thunder sect in the South County did not have this kind of logistics work. Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, your requirements are too high. I really can't meet them. No wonder you hate me. You really should hate me. I really can't let you do these things. Hearing this, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. Since I started working in the logistics department, what have you done? Nothing. I've done it all by myself. Cleaning the room, preparing hot water for you, and even making me send hot water to the room. Tell me, is this reasonable? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing could not help but frown. LV Hushan, why don't I remember this? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, it seems that your memory is really not very good. Otherwise, why can't you remember? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, I think you can't remember, right? Chapter 841. Yuan Weiqing frowned. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head. LV Hushan, I really can't remember such a thing. LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, it seems that you will only admit it if I tell you the truth. Yuan Weiqing shook his head with a wry smile. LV Hushan, I really can't remember such a thing. If you can remember it, then tell me. When did it happen? LV Hushan snorted and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, do you remember that Xiao Qi and the others were injured when they went to do a mission? After they came back, you didn't let anyone else do it because you needed hot water to clean their wounds. Instead, You asked me to boil the water immediately and send it over as soon as possible. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered. Yuan Weiqing, tell me, is there such a thing? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. After a while, he asked tentatively, LV Hushan, are you very dissatisfied because I asked you to boil water to clean Xiao Qi's wound, and you hold a grudge against me because of this? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you. I'm here to do logistics work, not to be your servant. Since Xiao Qi is injured, why don't you let someone else prepare the hot water? Why do you have me do it? Tell me, if this isn't bullying me, then what is? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he sighed and nodded. LV Hushan, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have asked you to prepare the hot water. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered. Yuan Weiqing, why do you have to admit that you are wrong only after I tell you the truth? Then let me ask you, do you admit that you are tricking me? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, besides this, is there anything else that makes you dissatisfied? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan nodded. Of course, there are many things that I'm not satisfied with. You're obviously tricking me, but you don't want to admit it. Yuan Weiqing waved his hand weakly and asked with a wry smile, LV Hushan, I was really not interested in this matter just now. Now that I've heard about it from you, I suddenly want to know what else I did wrong that made you dissatisfied. LV Hushan nodded and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you, after Xiao Qi is injured, who should wash his dirty clothes? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, according to reason, stingy dirty clothes should be washed by his friends, but why did you let me wash his clothes for him? Is this bullying me? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, Xiao Qi is injured. He can't wash his clothes, so, before Yuan Weiqing finished his words, he was interrupted by LV Hushan. Yuan Weiqing, I know that Xiao Qi is injured and he can't wash his clothes, but I don't have a good relationship with him, and I'm not his friend. Why did you let me wash his clothes for him? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, everyone else has something to do. What can I do? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you're talking nonsense. How can everyone have a task to do? You're obviously bullying me. You even let me do something like washing clothes. Are you still not willing to admit it? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, I admit that I was wrong in this matter, but if you say that I tricked you, I will never admit it. Because I didn't trick you. I let you wash Xiao Qi's clothes because there is no one in the team. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him. LV Hushan, since there is no one else, can you still let me wash Xiao Qi's clothes? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I remember that you have a good relationship with Xiao Qi. Even if you wash his clothes for him, is there anything wrong with that? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned again. After a while, he nodded with a wry smile. LV Hushan, you're right. I have a good relationship with Xiao Qi, so I should wash his clothes. I understand. Hearing that Yuan Weiqing finally admitted his mistake, LV Hushan nodded with satisfaction. Yuan Weiqing, in fact, from that time, I already knew that you were targeting me, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly raised his head and looked at LV Hushan. He sneered and said, LV Hushan, first of all, I don't know you since you came to the secret Thunder sect in the South region, so there is no problem of me targeting you. Secondly, I asked you to do logistics work because I was worried that your martial arts were not good enough. If you went out to do dangerous tasks and had an accident, it would not be good for all of us. Finally, I want to say that whether you do logistics work or go out to do dangerous tasks, I basically won't participate in your affairs, so there is no cheating, understand? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, you still refuse to admit it. Do you think that these things are in the past and we have forgotten? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I really think so. It's in the past. Why are we still talking about it, don't you think so? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you think these things are in the past, but I tell you, I will never forget what you did to me. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, what did I do to you? Why do you remember me so much? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I really didn't expect that I would meet someone like you as soon as I came to the secret Thunder sect in the South region. You have been targeting me all the time. If I hadn't become the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South region, I might have been kicked out by you long ago. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing couldn't hold it in any longer and said with some annoyance, LV Hushan, I've already said that these things have nothing to do with me. It's all your imagination. Don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I'm not imagining things, but you did it. If you didn't do it, how could I say that? Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you, did you do this thing that I'm talking about? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing sighed and nodded slowly. Yes, I did do it, but I don't think I did anything wrong. Hearing this, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, the truth is right in front of you, but you still don't dare to admit your mistake. Did I say something wrong? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, you think you did the right thing, and I also think I did the right thing, so there is no right or wrong in this matter. You can say that you are right, and I can say that I am not wrong. These things are in the past, so let's not mention it again. Hearing this, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you don't want to mention it because you are in the wrong. If you were in the right, you would be eager for me to say it, right? Yuan Weiqing turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a sigh, LV Hushan, it's because of these reasons that you think I've wronged you, so you used the wild bear's feces to harm me. Is that right? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, if it's just because of these things, I will let it go. I will be magnanimous and not bother with you, but you said bad things about me behind my back. I can't stand it. Said bad things about you? Yuan Weiqing was a little puzzled. LV Hushan, when did I say bad things about you? How come I don't remember? LV Hushan waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, let's not talk about those things. Anyway, it's in the past. I don't want to think about it. What I want to say is, in fact, even if you said bad things about me behind my back, at least you can't hurt me. However, you hurt me when I was doing a mission, and I almost couldn't come back several times. This is absolutely unforgivable. You almost couldn't come back several times? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, it can't be. I only remember that when you went to Black Mountain, it was indeed dangerous. At that time, I also advised you, but you didn't listen. Then, I wanted to find other team members to help you, but these team members agreed to leave the secret Thunder sect in the South County. They definitely wouldn't cooperate with you. I had no choice, so that's why that happened. As for the other things you said, why don't I have any impression of them? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you hurt me. As long as you admit it, you can still be considered a good man. But look at you, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. I really look down on you, do you know that? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, let's not talk about that first. I just want to know, what other thing caused you to almost not be able to come back? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, since you want to know, there's no need for me to hide it from you. I'll tell you today. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, do you still remember that you once asked me to go to Tiger Mountain to deliver Thunderbolt pills? Yuan Weiqing nodded. Of course I remember. Brother Meng, whose martial arts are not bad. I've also been to Tiger Mountain twice. Although the terrain there is steep, the scenery is very good. If you have time, it's not bad to rest there. When LV Hushan heard this, he sneered, Yuan Weiqing, our secret Thunder sect in the South County is all about money and goods, right? Yuan Weiqing nodded. Of course. Our secret Thunder sect in the South County never takes credit. Is there a problem? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you also said that you've been to Tiger Mountain twice. You also know that Brother Meng, whose martial arts are very good. However, you actually asked me to deliver thunderbolt pills alone. If this isn't cheating me, then what is it? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was a little puzzled. LV Hushan, what are you talking about? Although Brother Meng, whose martial arts are very good, he doesn't have any grudges with us. There shouldn't be any danger, right? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I went to Tiger Mountain to deliver thunderbolt pills. Although the road there is not easy, I finally delivered it. However, after Brother Meng, who received the goods, he didn't pay. Let me ask you, what should I do? Didn't pay? Yuan Weiqing looked at LV Hushan doubtfully. LV Hushan, it shouldn't be. Brother Meng, who is not short of money. Why didn't he pay? LV Hushan, there must be some misunderstanding. Otherwise, how could this happen? LV Hushan snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean by misunderstanding? They didn't pay. Is this a misunderstanding? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, no, there must be some reason. Otherwise, Brother Meng who wouldn't not pay. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, tell me what happened. I want to hear the reason. LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you still want to know the reason? Let me tell you. That time I went to Tiger Mountain to ask for payment. In the end, they broke my arm. If I didn't run fast enough, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Do you know? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly came to a realization. I know, it's that time when you used 5 thunderclap pills to escape, right? LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, if I didn't use those 5 thunderbolt pills, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back. Do you know? If you didn't ask me to deliver the thunderbolt pills alone, how could this happen? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, although you used 5 thunderbolt pills, after you came back and explained the situation, these 5 thunderbolt pills didn't cost you any gold coins? LV Hushan's face immediately changed color. Yuan Weiqing, 5 thunderbolt pills are nothing. Let me tell you, I only had 5 thunderbolt pills at that time. If there were more, I would have given them all to them. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, this isn't right. Although Brother Meng who has a bad temper, they aren't the kind of people who don't pay. How could this happen? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. A few mountain bumpkins dared to be arrogant in front of me. I said a few words to them and they refused to accept it. They wanted to compete with me. Saying this, LV Hushan turned his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. Although they broke my arm, they didn't take advantage of me. Fortunately, I took the initiative to stab the boss's arm and weakened his fighting power. Only one of them was left to fight with me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to come back. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing seemed to understand something. He asked tentatively, LV Hushan, at that time you said that Brother Meng who was a bumpkin. As a result, they were angry and then you fought. Is that right? Chapter 842. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, 2 rustic guys. They didn't want to listen to me. Can you blame me? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing understood everything and sighed, LV Hushan, you can't blame them. If someone else said that to you, I'm afraid you wouldn't want to listen, right? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, these 2 people are really rustic. They are wearing shabby clothes and they speak very humbly. One look and I can tell that they are country bumpkins who have not seen the world. How can they be compared to me? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, no matter what, you shouldn't say to them. Don't forget, you only gave them the thunderbolt pills. As for what they wear and what they look like, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I didn't intend to talk to them much. I just exchanged a few words and they began to get angry. If I didn't act quickly, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back. Yuan Weiqing suddenly realized that he couldn't continue talking to LV Hushan. Up until now, he had understood the cause of this matter. LV Hushan went to deliver the thunderclap pills to them, but in the end, he spoke rudely. The ferocious tiger brothers were enraged, and LV Hushan took the initiative to stab their brothers. Naturally, the ferocious tiger brothers would not let the matter rest. They immediately retaliated and broke one of LV Hushan's arms. LV Hushan relied on the fact that he attacked them first and weakened their combat power, so he was able to escape. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing secretly sighed. In the past, he was still puzzled. The ferocious tiger brothers would come to buy thunderbolt pills every year. Why did LV Hushan not come to buy thunderbolt pills after he left? Now, LV Hushan finally understood. If it were him, he probably wouldn't come to the secret thunder sect in the south region to buy thunderbolt pills. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, I want to know how many such things have happened during the time you were delivering the goods. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? You deliberately set me up. Don't you remember how many times you set me up? Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. LV Hushan, since you always say that I'm setting you up, then let me ask you, what should I do to not set you up? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, if you really want to hear it, I can tell you. LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He sneered and continued to speak without caring for Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, when I'm on a dangerous mission, you should give me 2 or 3 assistants. Otherwise, if I meet people like the ferocious tiger brothers, how can I beat them alone? Let me tell you, if there were more of us that day, I would have taught the ferocious tiger brothers a lesson. Do you believe me? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was secretly shocked. At the same time, he felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, no one was willing to team up with him. Otherwise, wouldn't something big happen? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand why he was chosen to be the protector of the Tanlei sect in the south region. In Yuan Weiqing's opinion, LV Hushan was absolutely unqualified in every aspect. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't speak anymore, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, until now, you still refuse to admit it. Hearing the question, Yuan Weiqing was about to shake his head, but he suddenly sighed and nodded. LV Hushan, you're right. I admit it now. I did set you up. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing raised his head to look at LV Hushan and sighed. LV Hushan, I really didn't expect that from the moment you came to the Tanlei sect in the south region, you started to hate me. Is it because of this reason that you want to set me up? Is it like this? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that I didn't set you up. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, I've already admitted that I didn't treat you well. Are you still unwilling to admit that you want to set me up? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, since I came to the Tanlei sect in the south region, you didn't treat me well, so I hate you. If you really want to know, I can also tell you. Yes, you guessed right. The poop of the wild bear can indeed lower your martial arts. Your friend is right. He didn't lie to you. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, what do you mean? Although I don't treat you well, you don't have to use this method to deal with me, right? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, my friend also said that if you take the poop of the wild bear for a long time, your martial arts will gradually decline. The most important thing is that this kind of martial arts that has disappeared will never be cultivated back. No matter how you cultivate, it will not increase again. LV Hushan, how much hatred do we have for you to use such a method to deal with me? Hearing these words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, you should know very well how you treated me in the past. I'm magnanimous and I don't care about those things. However, when I become the protector of the Tanlei sect in the south region, you actually want someone else to replace me. Let me ask you, if you were me, would you be very happy? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he waved his hand. LV Hushan, what are you talking about? How can I do that? Besides, even if I want to, what's the use? I'm not the hall master of the Tanlei sect in the south region. What I say doesn't count. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, what you said is indeed right, but if I'm killed, you have the right to recommend a candidate. Am I right? Hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing's expression suddenly changed. LV Hushan, although your martial arts are not very high, you won't be killed so easily. LV Hushan sighed. So, you schemed against me and wanted me to die early so that you could fulfill your wish, right? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, don't take me for a fool. Let me tell you, I already know about your cousin's matter. Yes, your cousin's martial arts are higher than mine, and he knows his limits. But so what? Since I didn't let him be a protector, he is definitely not as good as me. However, Yuan Weiqing, you didn't believe me and insisted on framing me. I want to ask you, what deep hatred do we have for you to deal with me like this? I used the wild bear's feces to deal with you. This is also a helpless act. If you didn't deal with me first, how could I do it to you? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, in order to deal with me, you didn't hesitate to eat the wild bear's feces. You really put a lot of thought into it. Hearing these words, LV Hushan's expression changed and he snorted coldly. Yuan Weiqing, if you didn't harm me first, how could I accompany you to eat that kind of thing? Speaking of which, it's all your fault. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I have already said that I didn't harm you. As for my cousin's matter, it's all nonsense. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to believe it, there's nothing I can do. LV Hushan frowned and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, there are so many people who can testify. Are you still not going to admit it? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, when you first came to the Tanlei sect in the South Commandery, I asked you to do the logistics work. As a result, you offended everyone. When you did the dangerous task, no one was willing to accompany you. LV Hushan, I don't believe that you really have any good friends in the Tanlei sect in the South Commandery. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and sighed. LV Hushan, I guess the reason why these people said that is that they are really framing you. They want to sow discord between us. As for the result, I believe you should know very well, right? LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, don't think that I don't know. You asked me to do the logistics work because you want me to offend other members. After I offend all of them, you asked me to do the dangerous task. At that time, no one will be willing to accompany me. I think this is all part of your plan, right? Yuan Weiqing was stunned and then waved his hand. LV Hushan, I have already said that I didn't know you when you first came. Why would I set you up? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hesitated for a moment and then sneered. Yuan Weiqing, maybe you didn't like me from the first day I came, so you set me up, right? Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a sigh, LV Hushan, are you ugly? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this has nothing to do with being good-looking or ugly. You just don't like me, so you want to frame me. Don't deny it anymore, because this is the truth. Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, no matter what, I didn't harm you. However, you used the wild bear's feces to harm me. This is the truth. Don't you feel guilty? LV Hushan gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered. Yuan Weiqing, why should I feel guilty? When those bees came to chase me, I already understood how sinister your intentions were. Do you think I will still feel guilty? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, I don't know about the bees, but I can guarantee that I didn't deliberately harm you. It was an accident. Do you understand? It was just an accident. LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, there are so many good healing medicines. Why did you give me that kind of medicine? Is it my bad luck that you chose this kind of medicine? Yuan Weiqing nodded and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, maybe it's really your bad luck. I just bought a medicine to treat injuries. I didn't expect it to attract so many bees and put you in danger. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, then let me ask you. Since you think that medicine is good for treating injuries, then you should also use it. Then let me ask you, have you ever used that medicine? Hearing this sentence, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed. He then smiled and said, of course I have used it. Otherwise, how would I know that this medicine is effective? Are you lying? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, you are lying to me. You have gone out to do so many missions. Whether it is you or your companions, there will be times when you are injured. At these times, of course, you will also take out the medicine for healing injuries. But I have asked a lot of people, and they have never seen you take this kind of medicine. Yuan Weiqing, since you said that this kind of medicine is very good, why have you never used it? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, are you also afraid of attracting bees, so you didn't dare to bring this kind of medicine? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, I didn't bring that kind of medicine. This is just a coincidence. Do you only bring one kind of medicine every time you go out? You are right. I didn't take out this kind of medicine, but who can guarantee that I didn't bring that kind of medicine? Maybe it's just that I didn't take it out, so they didn't see it. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, since you said so, then well, we came here. You should also bring the medicine for healing injuries. Now take out the medicine and let me see if there is any medicine that will harm me. If there is, even if I am wrong, I will apologize to you. But if there is no medicine, then you are lying. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's face finally changed. He said with a forced smile, LV Hushan, there is no need. Why do you have to do this? I have already said that even if I didn't bring that kind of medicine, I just happened to run out. This doesn't mean anything. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, what you mean is that although you have a lot of medicine now, you don't have that kind of medicine, right? Yuan Weiqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. LV Hushan, it is really a coincidence. This time, I really didn't bring that kind of medicine. LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, is it too much of a coincidence, or do you not have that kind of medicine? If I guessed right, you should have only bought that kind of medicine once, not for your own use, but for me, right? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a forced smile, LV Hushan, don't misunderstand. That kind of medicine is really used up. When we go back, I will buy some more. LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, since you are unwilling to admit it, then I will tell you. I know where you bought the medicine. Chapter 843. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, in order to know whether this matter is true or not, I specifically inquired about the place where you bought the medicine. Then, I went there and asked carefully. Only then did I know that you only bought this medicine once, and only one pill at that. Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you. Since this medicine is so effective, why did you only buy it once, and only one pill? If this medicine is really effective, you should have bought a lot at once, right? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly waved his hand, LV Hushan, you misunderstood. I did buy a lot of this medicine, but I only bought one pill from him. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing lowered his voice and said, LV Hushan, you don't know. The medicine at his place is very expensive. If I went to other places to buy it, it would be much cheaper, so I only bought it once and never went there again. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's explanation, LV Hushan was stunned, and then he sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, do you think I will believe your sophistry? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, I don't care if you believe it or not. This is true. I am not lying to you. LV Hushan nodded, Yuan Weiqing, since you said so, then I will believe you for the time being. But you have to tell me, besides buying medicine from that place, where else did you buy it? Yuan Weiqing, since you said that the medicine there is cheap, then tell me. Maybe I will buy it in the future. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, But then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, if you can't say it, then you are talking nonsense. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed. He hesitated for a moment, and his face immediately regained a smile. LV Hushan, I am ashamed to say that I really don't know where I bought it, because it was all bought for me by a friend. I don't know where it is. If you want to buy medicine there, when we go back, I can ask my friend to tell me the address, and then I will tell you. What do you think? Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned. He didn't expect Yuan Weiqing to push the blame to his friend. LV Hushan looked at Yuan Weiqing coldly. Yuan Weiqing, do you think I will believe you? Yuan Weiqing's mind had already calmed down. He waved his hand and said with a smile, LV Hushan, the reason I said this is because this is the truth. I won't lie to you. LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you said you wouldn't lie to me, but why do I feel like you're lying to me? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you are too suspicious. I didn't lie to you, but you suspect that I am lying to you. But this is the truth, and I don't have to lie to you. Besides, what good would it do me to lie to you, don't you think? Benefits? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, of course there are benefits. You can continue to lie to me in the future, right? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, I don't think we should talk about the past anymore. It will only make everyone sad. I think we should think about what to do now. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you still can't figure out the past. How can you talk about the future? If you want to hurt me, even if I cooperate with you, will there be a good result? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He waved his hand and said with a smile, LV Hushan, don't think too much about the past. Now it is the most dangerous time. If we don't cooperate, I am afraid both of us will be unlucky. Don't you think so? Hearing this, LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. Let me tell you, even if we don't cooperate, you're the only one who will suffer. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, why don't you understand? Even if you kill me, what can you do? If I am right, after you kill me, Deputy Hall Master Zhong will definitely let you kill Hall Master Shui. You can only obey. In the end, all the people who should be killed have been killed. Do you think Deputy Hall Master Zhong will keep you alive, as you know his secret? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, wake up. If it comes to that, Deputy Hall Master Zhong will never keep you alive, because you are the only one who knows this secret. As long as you are killed, no one else will know this secret. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, don't scare me. As long as I kill you and Hall Master Shui, I will be the closest person to Deputy Hall Master Zhong. At that time, my status will definitely be higher than now. Do you believe it? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was startled. He waved his hand repeatedly. LV Hushan, why do you think so? If you are Deputy Hall Master Zhong, will you let the person who knows your secret go? LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, I will let him go. Although he knows my secret, I also know his secret. If this matter is exposed, it will do no good to both of us. How can we talk about it? Don't you think so? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, what secret does Deputy Hall Master Zhong know? Can he guarantee that you will not be killed by him? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, do you know why Deputy Hall Master Zhong wants us to kill Hall Master Shui? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Of course it's because he can't bear to kill Hall Master Shui, so he wants us to do it. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, you are wrong. Do you think Deputy Hall Master Zhong is a person who can't bear to kill Hall Master Shui? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He turned to look at LV Hushan and asked doubtfully, LV Hushan, is this not the reason why Deputy Hall Master Zhong wants to kill Hall Master Shui? LV Hushan nodded at Yuan Weiqing. Of course it's not the reason you think. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Yuan Weiqing, since you want to know, I will tell you. The reason why Deputy Hall Master Zhong doesn't want to kill Hall Master Shui himself is not because he can't bear to do it, but because as long as the two of us do it, this matter will become a fact. Hall Master Shui was killed by the two of us. Even if someone finds trouble in the future, they can only find trouble with the two of us. It has nothing to do with Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback. Even his voice trembled a little. LV Hushan, is it possible that Deputy Hall Master Zhong wants us to kill Hall Master Shui because he wants to have something on us? LV Hushan nodded. Of course, if it wasn't like this, with his martial arts, it would have been easy for him to kill Shuetang's master. The reason why he wants the two of us to kill Hall Master Shui is that he wants to have something on us. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, think about it. It is a fact that the two of us killed Hall Master Shui. Such an important thing is in Deputy Hall Master Zhong's hands. Is he afraid that we will reveal his secret? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. At that time, not only will we not dare to reveal Deputy Hall Master Zhong's secret, but we will also be afraid that Deputy Hall Master Zhong will reveal our secret. In this case, the two of us will be very obedient and become Deputy Hall Master Zhong's two most loyal subordinates. Don't you think it's better than killing us? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. Does that mean that Deputy Hall Master Zhong really has no intention of killing us? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, can't you even see this? If he really wants to kill us, why does he wait until now? Don't you understand? Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a while, then he suddenly sighed. LV Hushan, do you mean that Deputy Hall Master Zhong wants the two of us to kill Hall Master Shui, and then he wants to have something on us and make us his most loyal subordinates? Is that so? LV Hushan nodded and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you're right. That's why I said that if we don't cooperate, you'll be the only one who will be unlucky. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand now? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he gradually frowned. LV Hushan's words were not good news. For Yuan Weiqing, it was bad news. If Deputy Hall Master Zhong really didn't want to kill the two of them, then LV Hushan might not cooperate with him. Because even if he didn't cooperate, he would never be killed by Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly realized that the real dangerous person seemed to be himself. Because if he were LV Hushan, he would never cooperate. Deputy Hall Master Zhong's martial arts were so high. Even if the two of them cooperated, could it be possible to be his opponent? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but shake his head. It was absolutely impossible. Deputy Hall Master Zhong had been hiding his martial arts. Today, it seemed that even Hall Master Shui might not be his opponent, let alone LV Hushan and himself, who were seriously injured. In this case, of course, surrendering was the safest because only in this way would they not be killed. Thinking of this, the cold sweat on Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually flowed down his cheeks. This was because he suddenly realized that LV Hushan might not be sincere about cooperating with him after talking to him for so long. Perhaps, he just wanted to clarify the doubts in his heart for so many years. In the end, no matter what he said, LV Hushan would kill him. Then he would listen to Deputy Hall Master Zhong's order and kill Hall Master Shui. Today's matter would be over. At that time, Deputy Hall Master Zhong would become the Hall Master of the Tanlei sect in the South County. What position would LV Hushan be in? Would he be the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County or the Deputy Hall Master? LV Hushan was injured. Although his martial arts were not good, he was obedient. Deputy Hall Master Zhong liked obedient subordinates, so it seemed possible for him to be the Deputy Hall Master. Thinking of this, a chill suddenly rose in Yuan Weiqing's heart and spread to his whole body in an instant. He couldn't help but shiver. This was too terrible. After talking for so long, it turned out that the most dangerous person was himself. LV Hushan, who had been talking to him, was just making fun of him. LV Hushan saw that Yuan Weiqing lowered his head and didn't speak, but cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. In the end, it even flowed down. He knew that Yuan Weiqing was nervous, so he sneered and said, "Yuan Weiqing, I'm giving you a chance. Hurry up and tell me the reason why you want me to cooperate with you. Maybe I will really agree. Don't you think so?" Hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing sighed in his heart. At this moment, he completely understood that LV Hushan was teasing him. LV Hushan had completely taken the initiative. He could kill him, but he would be fine. If he could give a very strong reason without any risk, LV Hushan wouldn't mind cooperating with him, because no matter what he did, he would be the winner. No, he had to think of a way to change this situation. But what should he do? Yuan Weiqing thought about it until his head hurt, but he still couldn't think of any way, because this was almost an unsolvable problem. No matter what LV Hushan did, he was in an invincible position, but he had to survive in danger. What should he do? What should he do to make LV Hushan believe him and cooperate with him? This was his only chance. As long as LV Hushan agreed to cooperate with him, the two of them would work together to get rid of Vice Hall Master Zhong. At that time, there would be an absolute turnaround. Thinking of getting rid of Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing's heart was pounding. If this matter could really succeed, the greatest benefit would undoubtedly be obtained by him. Because once this matter succeeded, he would definitely find a way to get rid of LV Hushan. No matter how many reasons he had, he would definitely not let him live. At that time, after getting rid of LV Hushan and Hall Master Xue, he would be the boss of the entire Tanlei sect in the South County. Thinking that he would become the #1 person in the Tanlei sect in the South County, Yuan Weiqing was extremely excited. LV Hushan, who was standing at the side, saw a smile on Yuan Weiqing's face, which was originally full of worry. He couldn't help but feel strange and asked tentatively, "Yuan Weiqing, why are you smiling so happily? Have you thought of a good idea?" Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly awakened. Only then did he remember that he was still in a difficult situation. He had to solve the current situation in order to enjoy the beautiful life in the future. But what should he say? How could he move LV Hushan and make him sincerely cooperate with him? What did LV Hushan need to be willing to cooperate with him? Chapter 844. Yuan Weiqing asked tentatively, "LV Hushan, as long as we work together to get rid of Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, you can become the #1 person in the Tanlei sect in South County. Isn't that good?" Hearing this, LV Hushan nodded. "This is indeed very good. I also hope to do it. But tell me, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's martial arts are very strong. How can we get rid of him?" Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. "Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me that the two of us are going to get rid of Deputy Hall Chief Zhong with martial arts." Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. "LV Hushan, this is impossible. Even if the two of us are not injured, we are absolutely no match for Deputy Hall Chief Zhong." LV Hushan nodded. "Yuan Weiqing, that's right. Since you understand, I won't say more. Think about it carefully. What's a reliable plan to get rid of Deputy Hall Chief Zhong?" Yuan Weiqing frowned and lowered his voice. "LV Hushan, why don't we follow the method just now? As long as we wake Hall Chief Xue up, I believe that with the martial arts of the three of us, we can definitely defeat Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. Don't you think so?" Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. "Yuan Weiqing, even if we wake Hall Chief Xue up, do you think that he will definitely wake up and recover his martial arts?" Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. "Yuan Weiqing, don't you see that Hall Chief Xue is actually seriously injured? Even if he wakes up, how much martial arts will he have left? What if Hall Chief Xue's martial arts are similar to ours? Even if the three of us join forces, can we defeat Deputy Hall Chief Zhong? I don't think so. Maybe the three of us will be killed by Deputy Hall Chief Zhong together. Don't you think so?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. "LV Hushan, How is that possible? Hall Master Xue's martial arts are very strong. Even if he is seriously injured, he was not crippled by Vice Hall Master Zhong. He must have very strong martial arts left. At that time, as long as the three of us join forces, we can definitely defeat Vice Hall Master Zhong. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, what if we wake Hall Master Xue up and find that he really doesn't have any martial arts left? What should we do then? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. How is that possible? Hall Master Xue's martial arts are strong. Even if he was injured, it's impossible for him to not have any martial arts left. LV Hushan, don't worry. With the martial arts of the three of us, we can definitely defeat Vice Hall Master Zhong. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, what I want is not a possibility, but a certainty. I won't believe you until there is a safe way. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, LV Hushan, this method is very safe. Hall Master Xue is only unconscious now. As long as we wake him up, there will be no problem. LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, then let me ask you. Why has Hall Master Xue been unconscious for so long? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. It's because his injuries are too severe that he can't wake up. If I'm not wrong, even if we want to wake Hall Master Xue up now, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is that possible? You and I saw it just now. Hall Master Xue was only hit once. Even if Vice Hall Master Zhong is ruthless, there's no way he can cripple Hall Master Xue with just one attack. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, since you said that Hall Master Xue is fine, then tell me. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he couldn't answer this question. Just now, Yuan Weiqing really didn't notice this matter. Now that he thought about it, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Hall Master Xue's current situation seemed to be that he was hit very hard. Maybe he really was seriously injured, so there was no way for him to wake up quickly. If that was the case, then wouldn't his plan be in vain? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually oozed cold sweat. If this plan didn't work, didn't that mean that LV Hushan would attack him? Understanding this point, Yuan Weiqing really regretted it. He shouldn't have attacked Yi Tianhua just now. Earlier, Yi Tianhua had also said that he had a way to perish together with Vice Hall Master Zhong. If he hadn't launched a sneak attack on Yi Tianhua, perhaps the two of them would have perished together. Wouldn't that have saved him a lot of trouble? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's heart was filled with regret. It was all his fault. He only saw the present and didn't think about the future. Yuan Weiqing was very clear that Yi Tianhua still had the strength to fight, but after being attacked by him, he was probably completely finished. Even if he woke up now, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Vice Hall Master Zhong's opponent. Seeing Yuan Weiqing lowering his head, LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I think you don't need to waste any more effort. With our martial arts, it's absolutely impossible for us to be Vice Hall Master Zhong's opponent. Even if Hall Master Xue joins us, I'm afraid it's still not enough. So, Yuan Weiqing, just accept your fate. You didn't treat me well in the past and always wanted to plot against me. Now that you're in my hands, it can be considered as making up for your past mistakes. After saying this, LV Hushan slowly raised his hand. Yuan Weiqing was suddenly shocked and waved his hand repeatedly. LV Hushan, how can we do this? If the two of us and Hall Master Xue can't do it, we can join Yi Tianhua. Then it's definitely not a problem. What do you think? LV Hushan, don't rush to attack. As long as Yi Tianhua wakes up, he can definitely deal with Vice Hall Master Zhong. Yi Tianhua? LV Hushan was stunned for a moment and then sneered, Yuan Weiqing, if it was just now, there might be some possibility. However, you took the opportunity to sneak attack Yi Tianhua and seriously injured him. Even if he wakes up, do you think he still has any fighting strength? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand, LV Hushan, don't worry. When I sneak attacked just now, I didn't use my full strength. Yi Tianhua was only slightly injured and temporarily unconscious. If we wake him up, he can definitely deal with Vice Hall Master Zhong. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer him and continued speaking. LV Hushan, if we use Yi Tianhua to deal with Vice Hall Master Zhong, it's simply killing two birds with one stone. Have you forgotten that Yi Tianhua once said that he had a way to perish together with Vice Hall Master Zhong? As long as the two of them perish together, we can save a lot of trouble. Isn't this the best choice? Don't you think so? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, is what you said true? Did you really not injure Yi Tianhua just now? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. Yes, LV Hushan, I'm not lying to you. Just now, Yi Tianhua wanted to protect me. How could I injure him? Don't you think so? Hearing this, LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, if someone else said this, I would more or less believe it. However, since you said this, why can't I believe it? Yuan Weiqing was stunned and asked with some doubts, LV Hushan, why don't you believe me? I didn't lie to you. LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, since I came to the secret thunder sect in the South County, you have been scheming against me. Do you think I didn't know? In order to improve our relationship, I always invited you to drink when I was free, hoping to make our relationship more harmonious. However, we drank so much together, but it didn't work at all. It still couldn't stop you from harming me. Yuan Weiqing, how can I believe a person like you? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, I've already said that what you said was a misunderstanding. I didn't deliberately want to harm you. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you still want to lie to me? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I'm not lying to you. You really misunderstood. How could I do that? Hearing this, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, since you don't admit it, I can only tell you unfortunate news. What? Yuan Weiqing was so scared that he took a step back. LV Hushan, don't do it. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. Although your cousin's martial arts are good, after 3 glasses of wine, he was easily caught by me. Do you know about this? What? Yuan Weiqing was taken aback. LV Hushan, what are you talking about? Why did you catch my cousin? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, to be honest, when I wasn't the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County, you could set me up at will. However, when I became the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County, you still wanted to set me up. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I could only catch your cousin and ask him, what do you mean? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, your cousin is on your side. I believe what he said. You can't deny it, right? Yuan Weiqing's face had become very ugly, and even his voice was trembling. LV Hushan, what do you mean? Let my cousin go. This has nothing to do with him. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, that's why I advise you to admit it quickly. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing was stunned and then shook his head. LV Hushan, I didn't do anything. Why should I admit it? LV Hushan frowned and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, you don't admit it, but your cousin admitted it. He said that all of this was your plan and it had nothing to do with him. Yuan Weiqing suddenly turned his head and looked at LV Hushan. LV Hushan, what did my cousin say? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, he didn't want to say anything at first, but after I asked carefully, he finally agreed to say it. He told me that you really wanted to do something to me, and that the pill was an evidence of you harming me. Also, you've been harming me from the beginning. You've been carefully plotting against me. Your cousin admitted it, so why don't you admit it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, you misunderstood. This isn't true. How could I do this? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sigh, Yuan Weiqing, I didn't want to believe it at first, but your cousin said so. I have no choice but to believe it. Don't you think so? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. LV Hushan, what do you want? Hurry up and let go of my cousin. This matter has nothing to do with him. If you have any dissatisfaction, come to me. I'll take responsibility for him. LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, don't make it sound so nice. This is what you've done. How could you take responsibility for others? Let me tell you, I know everything that you've done. The reason why I didn't mention it just now was that I wanted to see whether you, Yuan Weiqing, are a man who dares to take responsibility for what you've done. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, but you disappoint me too much. Since you dare to do it, you don't dare to admit it. Now I see you clearly. You are definitely a coward that I look down on. Yuan Weiqing's face had turned livid. He raised his head and looked at LV Hushan. He gritted his teeth and said, LV Hushan, if I admit it, will you let my cousin go? LV Hushan sneered, of course, what I want is an answer. Everything else is trivial. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. When he was about to admit it, he suddenly saw a cold light flashing in LV Hushan's eyes. He was shocked and immediately swallowed back the words he wanted to say. LV Hushan, to tell you the truth, what you said is really a misunderstanding. How could I harm you? Please believe me, you are really thinking too much. LV Hushan thought that Yuan Weiqing was about to admit it, but he didn't expect that Yuan Weiqing still didn't admit it. He couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, this is clearly what you did. Why don't you admit it? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, think about it. Since you came to the secret thunder sect in the South County, I have not done anything wrong to you. When you first came, I asked you to do the best logistics work. You didn't want to do it, and I promised you. This is your own choice. However, when you are in danger, you say that I harmed you. Then let me ask you, if others are in danger, will I harm them? LV Hushan, you have to think clearly. The reason why those missions are dangerous missions is that they are very dangerous. It is very likely that you will not be able to come back. It is precisely because of this reason that they are called dangerous missions. You insisted on not doing logistics work and insisted on doing dangerous missions. I can't help it. Chapter 845. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, everything is your own choice. You can't blame me. Even if you encounter danger, it's your own business. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, are you saying that the bees on the Green Mountain have nothing to do with you? Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. LV Hushan, I have already said that it was just an accident. I didn't do it on purpose. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, I won't believe you even if you don't admit it. Because your cousin has already told me everything. Even if you don't admit it, it's useless. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, what does my cousin say have anything to do with me? Do you want me to be responsible for what he said? LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, although some of the words were said by your cousin, what he said was what you did. Do you still think it has nothing to do with you? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I didn't do anything. What does it have to do with me? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. Do you remember that once I went to the East County to do something? As a result, I was delayed for half a year before coming back. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, but he quickly returned to normal. LV Hushan, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me that you've wasted so much time in Dongjun, and now you're willing to be with me. LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you should also remember what I said when I came back. On my way to the East County, I met a lot of bandits. These bandits were all good at martial arts. If it weren't for my good luck, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back in half a year. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. My trip to the East County was so dangerous, but because of the delay, you told Hall Leader Xue that I was delayed and wanted to punish me. Is that true? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, what are you talking about? No matter how long you are gone, what does it have to do with me? LV Hushan sighed and slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, even if you don't admit it, I know. Because your cousin has already told me that it was all your doing. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, at that time, I hadn't been a protector for long. Then, I went to the East County to do a mission. As soon as I left the South County, I met a group of bandits in a forest. There weren't many of them, but they were all highly skilled in martial arts, especially the leader. His martial arts were above mine. To be honest, if it wasn't for my good luck, I really would have been killed by those people. Yuan Weiqing, do you still dare to say that you don't know? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, on the way to the East County, many people encountered bandits. Would they also come to me for revenge? LV Hushan, no matter who you met on that road, I tell you, it has nothing to do with me. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I used to think that it had nothing to do with you, because I never thought that someone would be so bold. It wasn't until I caught your cousin and he told me everything that I realized the truth of the matter. Yuan Weiqing, do you still want to quibble? Yuan Weiqing's face became livid. LV Hushan, what nonsense are you talking about? What did my cousin say? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, your cousin told me that the bandits who intercepted me on the road were actually you. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's face became even more ugly. He hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how could you believe such words? In any case, I can't do anything to you. Why not? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, I used to think that it was impossible, but when your cousin said this, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that it was possible. Yuan Weiqing, I advise you to admit it quickly. You did this. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, it really wasn't me. Believe me, we have no enmity. Why would I do anything to you? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, why did you do this to me? It's all because of your cousin. You want your cousin to replace me as the protector of the Tanlei sect in the South County. Isn't this reason enough? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, I've already said that I'm not the hall master of the Tanlei sect in the South County. Even if you're gone, I can't let my cousin be the protector, so what you said is impossible. LV Hushan, you'd better not think too much. This is all nonsense from my cousin. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. LV Hushan sighed, Yuan Weiqing, these bandits hate me very much. From the very beginning, they attacked me fiercely. The 3 brothers that I brought with me were all killed by those bandits in that battle. I was the only one who was seriously injured by them. I took the opportunity to escape. However, these bandits refused to let me go. They chased me all the way to the East County and refused to let me go. Yuan Weiqing, if they were just ordinary bandits, think about it. Would they chase me so hard? Not only did they intercept me halfway, but they also chased me all the way to the East County. I believe that no bandits would do this, so I'm sure that these bandits must be you. There's no one else. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, this is just your guess. Maybe you have something valuable on you. That's why they've been chasing you. They won't stop until they get their hands on it. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I don't have anything valuable. To tell you the truth, I only brought 10 gold coins this time. Don't tell me that these bandits chased me so far just for these 10 gold coins. Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, maybe they don't know that you only have 10 gold coins. They think that you have a lot of gold coins, so they keep chasing you. LV Hushan shook his head. That's impossible. When we first met, I saw that they were good at martial arts. I've already told them that I'm from the Tanlei sect in the South County and I don't have many gold coins. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. I've already told them. Why are they still chasing me? Don't you think it's suspicious? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing clapped his hands gently and said with a smile, LV Hushan, I understand. They're chasing you because of what you said. What? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I didn't say anything. I just told them that I'm from the Tanlei sect in the South County. I didn't say anything overboard. Why are they chasing me? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, it's a mistake to tell them that you're from the Tanlei sect in the South County. LV Hushan, think about it. How many people want the Thunderbolt pills produced by the Tanlei sect in the South County? However, they can't get them. In the end, they heard that you're from the Tanlei sect in the South County. In addition, you're going a long way, so they're sure that you have Thunderbolt pills. It's precisely because you have these Thunderbolt pills that they've been chasing you to get them. LV Hushan, if you didn't say that you're from the Tanlei sect in the South County, they probably wouldn't chase you. Seeing how many gold coins you have, they probably let you go. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment and could not help but frown. If what Yuan Weiqing said was true, then this matter was really very possible. Yuan Weiqing was right. Many people wanted the Thunderbolt pills produced by the Tanlei sect in the South County. However, the price was very high and ordinary people could not afford them. Therefore, they could only envy others who had the Thunderbolt pills. These thieves heard that LV Hushan was from the Tanlei sect in the South County. In addition, he was going to the East County. It was not difficult for them to guess why LV Hushan was going to the East County. Of course, he was going so far to deliver the Thunderbolt pills. How could these thieves let go of free Thunderbolt pills in front of them? Therefore, they had been chasing LV Hushan all the way because they wanted to get the Thunderbolt pills on him. Yuan Weiqing saw LV Hushan lowering his head and not saying anything. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, I won't lie to you because lying to you won't benefit me. In short, it's all your fault that you went to the East County this time. You told them your identity. If you didn't say it, there wouldn't be such trouble. Speaking of which, you brought this trouble on yourself, don't you think so? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, I guess that you told them your identity because you wanted to use the Tanlei sect in the South County to suppress them. However, you didn't expect that not only did you not suppress them, but you also made them start to think about the Thunderbolt pills on you. This is your mistake. Therefore, you must remember not to reveal your identity easily in the future. Otherwise, if people know that you are from the Tanlei sect in the South County, they will definitely suspect that you have the Thunderbolt pills. At that time, you will be in trouble. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, if I hadn't caught your cousin, I might have believed what you said to me. But I'm really sorry. Your cousin has already told me everything. You're the one who did it. You're the leader of those thieves. Yuan Weiqing, I advise you to admit it honestly. Only then can you be considered a real man. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and asked with some doubts, LV Hushan, what are you talking about? What does my cousin know? He is just talking nonsense. You can't take it seriously. LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, how can I not take it seriously? Do you know how badly I was chased by you and how badly I was injured by you? If I hadn't jumped off the cliff because of you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape your pursuit. Don't you think so? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Yuan Weiqing, but I was really lucky. Although I was chased by you and jumped off the cliff, I didn't die. Although the cliff looked very high, there was a pool at the bottom of the cliff. After I jumped down, I fell into the pool and didn't die. Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, after hearing this news, are you very disappointed? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand, LV Hushan, how can I be disappointed? Isn't it good that you are safe and sound? Why should I be disappointed? LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I came back safe and sound. This means that your plan has failed. How can you not be disappointed? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. He sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, it doesn't matter. If you feel disappointed, just say it. Anyway, it's no big deal. It's all in the past. Even if I know that you did this, I won't retaliate against you. Yuan Weiqing, don't you know that I am a very magnanimous person? There are some things that I won't take to heart, so just say it. It's okay. I will never retaliate against you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered in his heart. He knew very well that although LV Hushan said it nicely, he would never retaliate against him. However, if LV Hushan knew that he was the one who did this, then Yuan Weiqing was absolutely sure that LV Hushan in front of him would turn hostile immediately. At the same time, Yuan Weiqing secretly sighed in his heart. When he saw LV Hushan fall off the cliff, he thought that he was dead. He didn't expect that this guy would come back. Man proposes but God disposes. This guy jumped down from such a high cliff and was actually fine. His luck was simply heaven-defying. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't answer his question, LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, just admit it. I have already said that even if you admit it, I will never retaliate against you. You see, I'm much more straightforward than you. I really do hate you, so I made you eat the wild bear's excrement. However, I don't want to kill you, I just want to weaken your martial arts so that you won't be able to deal with me again. So, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry. I'm not a petty person. I won't take revenge on you just because you've dealt with me. I'm definitely not that kind of person. I just want to know the truth. Let me know if my guess back then was right. Yuan Weiqing, can't we be frank and honest? You can solve the doubts in my heart. It can be considered that we are friends. Chapter 846. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered in his heart. No matter how nice LV Hushan's words were, he would never believe LV Hushan. The only thing he was sure of was that if he admitted these things, LV Hushan would probably turn hostile in the next moment and might even kill him directly. It was precisely because Yuan Weiqing knew that such a thing would happen that he would never say it out loud. Unless Yuan Weiqing now had the upper hand, there would be no problem even if he said it out loud. That was why he would say it out loud. From the beginning, after LV Hushan came to the secret thunder sect in the south region, Yuan Weiqing saw that he was honest and felt that he should be trustworthy, so he let him do the logistics work to get closer to him. However, Yuan Weiqing never thought that LV Hushan, who looked honest, wasn't an easy person to deal with. He caused trouble everywhere. He was very dissatisfied with Yuan Weiqing's kind arrangement of him to do the logistics work, and he even spoke ill of Yuan Weiqing. At that time, Yuan Weiqing dared to swear that he really wanted to get closer to LV Hushan. He definitely did not want to set him up. In fact, everyone knew that no one was willing to do missions, especially those dangerous missions, because after going, they might not be able to come back. It was precisely for this reason that everyone wanted to do the logistics work. After all, doing the logistics work was easy and not dangerous. It was indeed the best job for the team. At that time, Yuan Weiqing still remembered very clearly that he was kind enough to let LV Hushan do the logistics work. In the end, many people were dissatisfied because everyone wanted to do this work, so they complained. Although Yuan Weiqing tried his best to appease everyone's emotions, the truth was in front of them and everyone was still very dissatisfied. At this time, if LV Hushan treated everyone better and did the logistics work more thoroughly, everyone's complaints would slowly fade away. There would not be any major problems. However, no one knew what LV Hushan was thinking. No matter what he did, he was dissatisfied. Even when he boiled some hot water for everyone, he felt that everyone was setting him up and bullying him. Just like what LV Hushan had just said, Little Seven was seriously injured in an operation. After he was brought back, he wanted to use hot water to wipe his wounds. Thus, everyone asked LV Hushan, who was in charge of logistics, to boil some hot water. In the end, LV Hushan refused and said that everyone treated him like a servant. For this matter, LV Hushan and the other team members fought fiercely. His martial arts were slightly better, so every time they fought, as long as the other party did not have many people, he could basically gain the upper hand and teach the other party a lesson. However, Yuan Weiqing was very clear that the more LV Hushan beat the other party, the more the other party would hate him. Yuan Weiqing had also secretly looked for LV Hushan and hinted to LV Hushan that she should get along well with everyone and not make everyone unhappy. In the end, LV Hushan didn't listen to them. He only thought that everyone was bullying him. Therefore, he requested not to do this logistics work anymore. He wanted to do dangerous missions. After Yuan Weiqing persuaded him a few times, he had no choice but to let him do dangerous missions. However, even if LV Hushan was asked to do dangerous missions, he was still very dissatisfied. This was because when he was doing logistics work, he had already offended all the team members. When he was doing dangerous missions, no one was willing to help or accompany him on the mission. Yuan Weiqing still remembered very clearly that when LV Hushan went to do a dangerous mission, Yuan Weiqing felt that this mission was a little difficult, so he asked Little Seven to accompany him and complete this mission. However, how could Little Seven go? When he was injured in the past, he wanted LV Hushan to boil some hot water for him, but LV Hushan did not agree. Because of this, he even injured his companion. Until now, Little Seven was still feeling guilty. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Little Seven to accompany LV Hushan on a mission. Little Seven had even said that if he was forced to go, he would rather leave the secret Thunder sect in the South County than go. All the team members had this mentality. Yuan Weiqing had no choice. Since LV Hushan insisted on going, he could only let him go. However, under such circumstances, LV Hushan was in danger and still wanted to find trouble with him. He said that he was unfair to him and deliberately set him up. Yuan Weiqing was sure that LV Hushan had told many people that he had set him up because many people had said the same thing to him. At that time, Yuan Weiqing really regretted it. He was kind enough to think for LV Hushan, but he never expected that things would turn out like this. Most importantly, after LV Hushan became the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County, he always invited him to drink. After drinking, he felt uncomfortable every time. By chance, he accidentally talked about this matter with a friend. In the end, after his friend investigated in detail, he finally found out that LV Hushan had actually put the feces of a wild bear in the wine. If one ate too much of the feces of a wild bear, it would cause one's martial arts to stagnate. If one ate too much, it would cause one's strength to decrease. The more one ate, the more one's strength would decrease. At first, Yuan Weiqing did not believe that this was true. However, after careful observation, he realized that what his friend said was true. This was because his friend had once said that although the feces of a wild bear had an effect, after eating honey, it would cancel each other out and there would be no effect. Yuan Weiqing had noticed several times that LV Hushan would eat some dishes made with honey after drinking wine. Only then did he realize that what his friend said was true. LV Hushan was setting him up. Yuan Weiqing could not understand how a person like LV Hushan could be the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Therefore, once, when he drank too much, he went to Hall Master Shui and said that LV Hushan's martial arts were not high and was not suitable to be the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. He also mentioned a few names, saying that these people were much stronger than LV Hushan. Unfortunately, Hall Master Shui ignored his words. LV Hushan was still sitting firmly in the position of the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. As time passed, LV Hushan invited Yuan Weiqing to drink more and more. However, Yuan Weiqing would definitely not be grateful to LV Hushan because he knew that every glass of wine he drank was mixed with the feces of a wild bear. By chance, perhaps because he had drunk too much, Yuan Weiqing told his cousin about this matter. He also said that as long as LV Hushan died, he would tell Hall Master Shui to let his cousin be the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. Perhaps it was because of this reason that his cousin told others about this matter and aroused LV Hushan's suspicion. Seeing that LV Hushan's evil intentions did not change, Yuan Weiqing was finally angry. Therefore, he listened to his friend's suggestion and bought the medicine that could attract bees. When LV Hushan went to Green Mountain, he gave it to him, hoping that the bees on Green Mountain could solve this big problem. This was also a helpless action. Yuan Weiqing really had no other choice. They were all members of the secret Thunder sect in the South County. He could not say it openly, so he could only do it secretly. Unfortunately, LV Hushan's luck was too good. He failed several times in a row. This time, Yuan Weiqing planned to continue to think of ways to deal with LV Hushan after he returned. However, he did not expect such a thing to happen. If it was in the past, when his martial arts had not faded, Yuan Weiqing would definitely have told LV Hushan the truth and let him know. Therefore, although some things were done by him, it was absolutely not his fault, because the person who should be the first to apologize to the other party should be LV Hushan. The most important thing was that LV Hushan was not his opponent in the past. Even if he was angry, he could not do anything to him. But now, Yuan Weiqing's martial arts had declined too much. In addition, LV Hushan had the support of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Yuan Weiqing was sure that once they fell out, he would definitely be the one who would suffer. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing could only grit his teeth and not admit it. This was the best way. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. After this matter was over, he must get rid of this bad guy in front of him so that he would not cause trouble for him. This time, if it were not for LV Hushan, how could he fall into such a plight? Thinking of the bad things that LV Hushan had done, Yuan Weiqing's lungs were about to explode, but there was nothing he could do. He could only endure, hoping to get through this suffering as soon as possible. Yuan Weiqing looked up at LV Hushan and shook his head. LV Hushan, to be honest, I really haven't done anything wrong to you. I still hope that you can believe me. After all, we are all friends. How could I harm you? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, if you don't admit it, I can't do anything to you. Let me tell you, I have a lot of ways to deal with you, but I want to hear you admit it yourself. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he sneered and continued. LV Hushan, you're always saying that I'm harming you. Then let me ask you this. You put Wildland's feces in my wine. Isn't that harming me? You only think of the bad things about me. Why haven't you ever thought of what you've done to me? LV Hushan, if there is a cause, there must be an effect. Do you understand what this means? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. The reason I put wilderness bear excrement in the wine was because you wanted to harm me. That's why I did it. Otherwise, do you think I was willing to eat wilderness bear excrement? PH, I accompanied you to eat it for so long. Unfortunately, you are fine. What a pity. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, before you invite me to eat wilderness bear excrement, I want to ask you. What did I do wrong to make you hate me so much? LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, since I came to the secret thunder sect in the south region, you have been scheming against me. Do you think I don't know? Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, I don't understand. When you came to the secret thunder sect in the south region, I saw your thick eyebrows, big eyes, and honest appearance. I thought you were a good friend, so I let you do the easiest job. However, have you ever thanked me? Have you ever treated me as a real friend? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued. No, LV Hushan, you've never been grateful to me. You've never treated me as a real friend. Everything you've done is to scheme against me. Now, you're actually saying that I'm scheming against you. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, when I came to the secret thunder sect in the south region, you told me that logistics work was the best job. It was easy and without danger. I really believed you at that time. However, you lied to me. Doing logistics work means being ordered around. What kind of good job is this? If you told me the truth and told me that I couldn't do a good job, I would accept it. After all, I just came here. However, you lied to me. You tricked me and want me to thank you. Yuan Weiqing, do you think this is possible? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing let out a sigh and said slowly, LV Hushan, you think too much. If the logistics work is not a good job, then let me ask you, is there a better task in our team? LV Hushan suddenly sneered, of course there is. Yuan Weiqing, if I didn't know, I wouldn't be angry. However, now that I know, I will naturally be angry. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. He then turned to look at LV Hushan and asked doubtfully, LV Hushan, I don't understand what you're talking about. Is there any job easier than logistics in our squad? That's right. LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, do you still want to lie to me? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, since you don't admit it, then let me ask you, is old Zhong's job easy? Old Zhong? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, are you talking about old Zhong in our team? LV Hushan nodded and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you won't deny that old Zhong's job is easy, right? Hearing LV Hushan's greeting, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at LV Hushan and sighed. LV Hushan, do you really think that old Zhong's job is easy? LV Hushan nodded. Of course, old Zhong just records the tasks he receives in his book every day. Then, whoever does the task will be marked. This is his job. Yuan Weiqing, you won't tell me that old Zhong's job is actually not easy, much more difficult than logistics work, right? Yuan Weiqing let out a sigh. LV Hushan, I admit that the easiest job in our squad is old Zhong. It could even be said that old Zhong's job is even easier than mine. Of course, it's easier than logistics. Hearing Yuan Weiqing admit it, LV Hushan immediately snorted. Yuan Weiqing, why don't you defend yourself? I'm surprised that you admit it so readily. Yuan Weiqing shook his head slowly. Chapter 847. Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, have you ever paid attention to old Zhong's walking posture? LV Hushan was stunned and then sneered, of course I paid attention. He's just a cripple. Do you think I didn't see it? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, do you know why old Zhong's leg was crippled? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what does old Zhong's leg have to do with me? Yuan Weiqing sighed. Old Zhong's leg has nothing to do with you, but it has a lot to do with the Tanlei sect in the South County. Do you know that? LV Hushan was a little surprised. Could it be that old Zhong's leg was injured in the Tanlei sect in the South County? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, you're right. Old Zhong was injured because of the Tanlei sect in the South County. His leg was also crippled at that time. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, what do you think of old Zhong's martial arts? LV Hushan frowned. Although I haven't had much contact with him, I feel that his martial arts are very ordinary. He's far worse than me, right? Yuan Weiqing nodded and said with a wry smile, do you know that before old Zhong was injured, his martial arts were higher than Hall Master Shui's? What? LV Hushan was shocked. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? Old Zhong's martial arts were higher than Hall Master Shui's. Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, although I came earlier than you, I didn't experience this matter. I heard it from others. When old Zhong came to the Tanlei sect in the South County, his martial arts were quite high. He was almost the best in the Tanlei sect in the South County. At that time, the Hall Master decided to let him be the Deputy Hall Master, but during that time, something happened to the Tanlei sect in the South County. As for what happened, I don't know. I only know that after that incident, old Zhong went missing. After a long time, old Zhong finally appeared. However, he had lost 70 to 80% of his martial arts, perhaps even more. One of his legs was also lame. Some people said that although old Zhong's martial arts had weakened and his legs were crippled, the Hall Master at that time still wanted him to be the Deputy Hall Master. Old Zhong refused and insisted on doing some ordinary work. At that time, the Hall Master had no choice but to let him do the job he's doing now. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, old Zhong can sit in that position because he has made great contributions. You are just a newcomer. Do you think you can do that job? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, old Zhong is really something. Why does he still come out to do things when he has been seriously injured? The point is that he still occupies that position, don't you think so? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's face changed and then he waved his hand. LV Hushan, the reason why I told you this is to let you know that in our team, the logistics work you do is the best job. Do you understand? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. Do you think I will still believe you? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, I don't care if you believe me or not. I can assure you that I have never cheated you. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I don't want to pursue it anymore. I just want to know if you did those things. Can you let me know? Yuan Weiqing sneered in his heart. LV Hushan, I understand what you mean. However, I didn't do anything. Now you should understand, right? LV Hushan frowned and suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, since you said that you had nothing to do with this matter, then your cousin must be lying, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and then asked, LV Hushan, what else did my cousin say? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, your cousin is much more straightforward than you. As long as I ask him, he will obediently tell me everything. Yuan Weiqing, your cousin has told me everything about you. Even if you don't admit it, do you think I will still believe you? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, my cousin is talking nonsense. Why do you believe him? LV Hushan sighed. I have said that I will not pursue these things. Why do you still refuse to admit it? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, do you remember that I just said that when I went to the East County, someone was chasing me? Yuan Weiqing was taken aback, but there was no change on his face. He asked with a smile, LV Hushan, what's wrong? Do you also suspect that I did this? LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, in fact, this is not a suspicion. I can already be sure that you did this. Even if you don't admit it, do you think I can't recognize you because you are wearing a mask? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, although you are wearing a mask and I can't recognize you from your appearance, we have been together for so long. Do you think I can't recognize you from your movements and martial arts? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is this possible? You can recognize me just by my movements. Isn't this a joke? LV Hushan shook his head and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, when you were chasing me, you really didn't use your usual martial arts. It may also be because of this reason that although your martial arts are higher than mine, you didn't use your usual martial arts, so you weren't much stronger than me. In order to chase me, you even went into battle yourself. I also want to ask you, how did I offend you to make you hate me so much? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He thought that this matter would not be discovered by LV Hushan, but he did not expect that it was still discovered by him. Thinking of this matter, Yuan Weiqing sighed secretly in his heart. At the same time, he was also annoyed. LV Hushan was definitely not a good guy. Although he had thick eyebrows and big eyes and looked like an honest guy, Yuan Weiqing was sure that he was not a good guy. As long as LV Hushan returned to the secret thunder sect in the South County, he would definitely speak ill of him to others. He would even tell others that he had secretly harmed him. Although he did do such a thing, if Yuan Weiqing did not always harm him, how could he harm him? For a period of time, LV Hushan almost told everyone what he had done. In the end, Yuan Weiqing could not bear it anymore. In addition, he could not think of any other way, so he could only chase after LV Hushan himself. However, he did not expect that although LV Hushan was not a good person, his luck was really good. He fell from such a high cliff and nothing happened to him. He returned half a year later. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing secretly regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have gone down the cliff to look for LV Hushan to avoid endless troubles in the future. Seeing Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and not saying anything, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you can't deny it this time, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly raised his head and waved his hand. LV Hushan, why should I admit it? I didn't do it. Why should I admit it? LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I remember that there were two people at that time. Your cousin has already said that one of the two people was you and the other was your cousin. Yuan Weiqing, I also recognized the martial arts you used at that time. Although it was not the martial arts you usually use, I can still recognize your movements. And your cousin, he has already told me this matter in detail. He even clearly told me what you said when you were waiting for me. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Yuan Weiqing, do you still want to quibble? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly looked at LV Hushan and was stunned. He immediately waved his hand and said with a sneer, LV Hushan, do you believe what my cousin said? LV Hushan sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, your cousin is very obedient at my place. His words are worthy of my belief. But I don't believe what you said. Yuan Weiqing sighed and slowly said, LV Hushan, if I didn't guess wrong, you must have used some tricks on my cousin, right? Aya, Yuan Weiqing, you are really smart. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan immediately applauded and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you are really smart. It seems that only you know your cousin the best. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment. But then, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, your cousin didn't want to say anything at first. But I used a little trick and he immediately became obedient. As long as I wanted to know something, he would obediently tell me. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's heart immediately burned with anger. LV Hushan, I admit that I have treated you well. I didn't expect you to use a little trick on my cousin. Are you worthy of me? LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I also thought that I had wronged you. But after I heard your cousin's words, I suddenly felt that you had wronged me. You are not a good friend. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, do you know that at that time, my cousin's words can't be taken seriously? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, but I think that what he said is stronger than what you said. You are constantly lying, but he is telling the truth. Who do you think I should believe? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, what did my cousin say? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, let's not talk about other things first. I just want to ask you. What else do you want to quibble about you and your cousin chasing me? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I'm sorry. You have the wrong person. The thieves you met on the road were definitely not me. Please believe me. How could I do that kind of thing? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, your cousin doesn't know where I was attacked, right? Yuan Weiqing nodded. That's right. He hasn't been there before. How could he know where you were attacked? LV Hushan clenched his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, your cousin doesn't know where I was ambushed, but the location he mentioned is very correct. Think about it, if he hasn't been to that place, how could he say the correct location? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback, and his brows furrowed tightly. What LV Hushan said was right. It was indeed done by him and his cousin. The reason why Yuan Weiqing asked his cousin to go with him was that he had made up his mind to get rid of LV Hushan this time. In order to be safe, Yuan Weiqing brought his cousin along. He also told his cousin that as long as LV Hushan was killed, the position of the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County would most likely be his. It was because of this promise that Yuan Weiqing's cousin agreed to go with him. Unfortunately, although the two of them went together, they still failed. What should he do? LV Hushan already knew about this matter. How should he explain it? It was impossible to admit it. Yuan Weiqing knew very well that if he admitted it, LV Hushan would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he absolutely could not admit it. However, if he did not admit it, how could he explain it? Seeing that Yuan Weiqing did not answer him, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I advise you not to think of ideas. It's useless because no matter what ideas you come up with, I will never believe you. Now that things have come to this, Yuan Weiqing, you can only admit it because you did it. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is that possible? When you went to the East County to do the mission, I should have set off to do the mission elsewhere. How could I have time to chase after you? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing felt that he had found a reason and hurriedly continued. LV Hushan, Think about it. I really didn't have time to chase after you. If I chase after you, what about my mission? LV Hushan, do you know that when you went to the East County to do the mission, I also set off to do the mission with you? My mission was very urgent and could not be delayed. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, you see, I didn't have time to chase after you. You should also know that my mission was completed on time and I didn't waste any time. LV Hushan, under such circumstances, if I chase after you, I definitely won't be able to complete my mission. Don't you think so? Please believe me, I really didn't do this. Otherwise, you can go back and check the records of this mission. You should be very clear that the matter of chasing you was definitely not done by me. Chapter 848. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. He had some doubts in his heart. Yuan Weiqing was right. At that time, when Yang Ming went to do this mission, his cousin seemed to have gone to do the mission. It was said that it was a relatively difficult mission. Since both sides went to do the mission, and Yuan Weiqing's mission had a time limit, then logically, he had no time to chase Yang Ming. If he chased Yang Ming, he had no time to do the mission. If he did the mission, he had no time to chase Yang Ming. Wasn't this contradictory? Could it be that Yuan Weiqing's cousin was really lying to him? Thinking of this, LV Hushan's brows gradually frowned. He shook his head hard in his heart. Impossible. Yuan Weiqing's cousin wouldn't lie to him. It should be Yuan Weiqing who was lying to him. Although he didn't know what method Yuan Weiqing used, LV Hushan was sure that Yuan Weiqing must have used some method to do the mission and chase Yang Ming at the same time. But, what method was it? Yuan Weiqing saw LV Hushan lowering his head and sneered in his heart. In order to guard against this, he had already made arrangements. How could he let LV Hushan find out? LV Hushan, I know you are still doubting, but the facts are in front of you. No matter how much you doubt me, I can't do this. Please believe me. I'm not the kind of person you think. We are friends. How could I harm you? Hearing this, LV Hushan suddenly raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, although I don't know how you did it, I can be sure that you must have a way to do this. Because your cousin told me that it was the two of you who chased me. There is absolutely no mistake. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, let's make an example. If I caught you and wanted you to say something, would you say it? LV Hushan was stunned. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I don't mean anything. I just want to tell you that after you played a trick on my cousin, I believe that he will tell you whatever you want him to say. Hearing this, LV Hushan's expression suddenly changed. Yuan Weiqing, you mean to say that your cousin lied to me? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, maybe my cousin didn't want to lie to you. I believe that he wouldn't admit it at the beginning because we didn't do it. Why should he admit it? But perhaps your little trick was too powerful, and he really couldn't bear it. In order to lessen the pain, he could only follow your words. LV Hushan, do you understand now? What my cousin said isn't true. It's just that your little tricks are too powerful, so he had no choice but to tell some lies. Hearing this, LV Hushan couldn't help but frown. He secretly recalled the process at that time, and his expression became more and more ugly. Yuan Weiqing was right. At that time, Yuan Weiqing's cousin refused to say anything. In desperation, he did use a very fierce little trick. Then, Yuan Weiqing's cousin said what he wanted to hear under his guidance. Could it be that the reason why Yuan Weiqing's cousin said those words was because of his little tricks? If this was true, then what Yuan Weiqing's cousin said under his little tricks might not be the truth. Maybe it was like what Yuan Weiqing said. He just had to tell some lies to lessen some pain. No. LV Hushan thought carefully, but he rejected this idea because he was sure that what Yuan Weiqing's cousin said was true. However, if Yuan Weiqing wanted to chase him, he couldn't do the task. The key was that he completed the task on time, and he didn't delay chasing him. How did he do it? Thinking of this, LV Hushan looked up at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, you are really amazing. I don't know what method you came up with. You can actually chase me while doing the task. I really didn't expect you to go through so much trouble to deal with me. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "LV Hushan, we have already made it clear. This matter has nothing to do with me. You should be very clear that since I can complete the task on time, it is impossible for me to have time to chase you. Unless I can do the task at the same time when I chase you, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible. Don't you understand? Do the task at the same time." Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then said with a sneer, "Yuan Weiqing, I understand. The task you are doing must be to go to the East County. When you are chasing me, you have time to do the task, right?" Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "LV Hushan, how is this possible? When you went to the East County to do the task, did you know what I was doing?" Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. "LV Hushan, let me tell you, I went to the Green Mountain. Do you know that when you went to the East County, I went to the Green Mountain to get the green ore? The East County you went to is in the east, and the Green Mountain I went to is in the west. Think about it, the two of us were doing the task in the east and the other in the west. When I was chasing you, how do you think I could do the task at the same time?" Green Mountain. Hearing this address from Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan's frown deepened. He naturally knew about the Green Mountain because he also went there. Because of the bees, he didn't come back. How could he forget? The Green Mountain was in the west, this was absolutely correct, and the East County was in the east, this was even more true. According to the two addresses, if Yuan Weiqing wanted to get the green ore, it was absolutely impossible for him to come to the East County to chase him. And if he wanted to chase him, he absolutely had no time to go to the Green Mountain to get the green Oregon. What was going on? If the two addresses were relatively close, there would be some possibility. Yuan Weiqing was doing the task while chasing him, but the addresses of the two tasks were in the east and west. It was impossible for him to do the task at the same time and chase him. Could it be that he really misunderstood Yuan Weiqing? In fact, Yuan Weiqing didn't chase him. It was just that he was unlucky and was chased by the bandits all the way to the bottom of the cliff. LV Hushan felt a headache coming on. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Yuan Weiqing was the one who should take action the most, but he was the one who had the least time. Could it be that he was wrong? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, "I know you misunderstood me and thought that I was chasing you, but let me tell you, I didn't do it because I didn't have the time to do it." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. "LV Hushan, think about it. Do you have other enemies? When you went to the East County, did these enemies do it?" "Enemies?" LV Hushan was stunned, then shook his head and said with a sneer, "Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. How can I have enemies? This matter was clearly done by you. Do you still want to quibble?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. "LV Hushan, I've already said that I didn't do it. You'd better think about who might have done this." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. "LV Hushan, think about it carefully. Is it possible that this matter was done by the bandit leader, Boss Lu?" "Bandit leader, Boss Lu?" LV Hushan just pondered for a moment, then immediately shook his head. "Impossible. How could the bandit leader, Boss Lu, know the time and route of my mission?" Speaking of this, LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, "Yuan Weiqing, don't you think it's strange? No matter where I go, those two people can find me. Can you tell me why?" Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. "LV Hushan, how could I know? Maybe, they have been chasing you, so they can find you." LV Hushan shook his head. "Yuan Weiqing, what you said is wrong. I remember several times, I got rid of them, but when I wanted to complete the mission, they could always catch up. If they didn't know my route, how could they know where I was going?" Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. "LV Hushan, maybe it's luck, or maybe the people chasing you are not in the same group. Maybe the people you met on the way to the East County are not the people who chased you later. If that's the case, isn't there a reasonable explanation? LV Hushan shook his head. No, from the beginning, there were two people who attacked me. Until the end, it was those two people who were chasing me. This is definitely true. Yuan Weiqing, do you really think that I can't recognize you? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, what are you talking about? How could such a thing happen? I have already said that I didn't do it. It must be someone else. For example, the bandit leader, Boss Lu, I just mentioned. He is very likely to do this kind of thing. Don't you believe me? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, you also know how miserable we have caused the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Do you think that he won't hate us? So I think it is very likely that he did it. Don't you believe me? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, although the bandit leader, Boss Lu, hates us, he doesn't know my route. He may be able to attack me once, but how can he find me again? So I think this is definitely not done by the bandit leader, Boss Lu, but by you. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, do you think that the bandit leader, Boss Lu, can't do this? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, what ability does the bandit leader, Boss Lu, have to do this? I don't believe it. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, then you underestimate the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Although his martial arts are not as good as mine, it is almost the same as yours. In addition, he is a bandit and has some tracking methods. Is there anything strange about this? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, let me ask you. If the bandit leader, Boss Lu, doesn't have any methods, why can't we find him? Does this prove that he is very good at this kind of thing? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. He had to admit that what Yuan Weiqing said was very reasonable. The bandit leader, Boss Lu, had been a bandit for many years. Naturally, he was very knowledgeable about this kind of thing. If he was the one chasing after him, it was really possible for him to find him by following the clues he left behind. Seeing that LV Hushan lowered his head and remained silent, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, there is one thing you might not have thought of. Did you notice that the bandit leader, Boss Lu, has a similar figure to me? What? Hearing this, LV Hushan was suddenly shocked. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? You said that the bandit leader, Boss Lu, is the one chasing after me? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, you are right. Think about it carefully. The bandit leader, Boss Lu, has a similar figure to me. If you are mistaken, there is actually a high possibility that it is him. Don't you think so? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, when they attacked you for the first time, your kung fu was not as good as theirs. In your panic, you saw the masked bandit leader, Big Boss LV, and you thought he was me. You thought it was me who did all this. But in fact, it had nothing to do with me, because I was completing the mission of Green Mountain. How could I come to the East County to attack you? LV Hushan, don't doubt it anymore. This matter is definitely not done by me. It must be done by the bandit leader, Boss Lu. There is no mistake about it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan thought about it carefully. Suddenly, he sneered and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, you still want to lie to me, right? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, I said that this matter was not done by me. Why do you always think that I am lying to you? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you said that the bandit leader, Boss Lu, has a similar figure to you. But when I thought about the situation when the two of us besieged them, I found that although the two of you are about the same, he is shorter than you. You can't deny this, right? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed. Chapter 849. Seeing Yuan Weiqing's expression change, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you have nothing to say now, right? Yuan Weiqing thought quickly in his heart. Suddenly, his heart moved. He hurriedly looked up at LV Hushan and said with a smile, "LV Hushan, why do I have nothing to say? Think about it carefully. The bandit boss LV is not much shorter than me. If the two of us stand together, you may be able to tell that he is shorter than me. But if the two of us don't stand together, I think you won't be able to tell so clearly, right?" Hearing this, LV Hushan suddenly froze. His eyebrows gradually frowned, and then he sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, don't quibble. Let me tell you, the bandit boss LV is shorter than you. Even if the two of you don't stand together, I can still tell." At this moment, Yuan Weiqing thought of this method and had completely calmed down. He smiled and waved his hand, "LV Hushan, are you really sure that you can tell the two of us just by our height?" LV Hushan nodded, "Of course, the two of you are different in height. I just need to take a look and I will definitely be able to tell." Yuan Weiqing sighed and picked up two small wooden sticks from the ground. He divided the length of the two small wooden sticks and raised them in front of LV Hushan. He smiled and asked, "LV Hushan, look, are these two small wooden sticks the same length?" LV Hushan glanced at him and sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me that I can't even tell this. Of course, one is long and one is short." Yuan Weiqing nodded and then put the two small wooden sticks behind him. Not long after, he took out another small wooden stick and asked with a smile, "LV Hushan, since you can tell the length, then tell me, should the small wooden stick in my hand be long or short?" This, looking at the two small wooden sticks in Yuan Weiqing's hand, LV Hushan was a little dumbfounded. When two small wooden sticks were put together and compared with each other, it was naturally clear that the length was long and short. However, if one small wooden stick was taken out alone, it would be difficult to tell. Seeing that LV Hushan was not lying, Yuan Weiqing smiled, "LV Hushan, didn't you say that you can tell the difference? Then hurry up and do it." Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. "Of course, don't make a mistake. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Listening to Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's eyes were fixed on the small wooden stick in Yuan Weiqing's hand. Not long after, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Yuan Weiqing, I only took a glance. How can I tell?" Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded. He then took out another small wooden stick and placed it in front of his eyes. He then said with a smile, "LV Hushan, this time you can look at it for a while longer until you say it's done. In this way, you should be able to distinguish it, right?" LV Hushan gritted his teeth and stared at the two small sticks in front of him. He wanted to find some characteristics on the two small sticks so that he could distinguish the length. However, the more LV Hushan looked at it, the more confused he became. He couldn't tell the difference no matter how hard he tried. For a moment, he was so anxious that he broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that LV Hushan still couldn't make up his mind, Yuan Weiqing smiled, "LV Hushan, it's been so long. Don't tell me you still haven't figured it out." Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth, "Okay, you can take it back now. I'll look at it again." Yuan Weiqing nodded and put the two small sticks behind him again. Then, he held a small stick in front of him and said with a smile, "LV Hushan, guess. Look at the small stick in my hand. Is it long or short?" Looking at the small stick in Yuan Weiqing's hand, LV Hushan was dumbfounded again. No matter how well he remembered, once there were no two small sticks to compare with each other, it wouldn't be easy to distinguish which one was long and which one was short. Seeing that LV Hushan just stared at the small stick in his hand and didn't speak, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, "LV Hushan, don't be embarrassed. You can't tell the difference. Just like me and the bandit leader Boss Lu, when we stand together, you can tell that I'm taller than him. But if we don't stand together, you can't tell. This means that the person you saw was definitely not me, but the leader of the bandits, Boss Lu, whom you misjudged. LV Hushan, do you understand now?" "Shut up." LV Hushan snorted and pointed at the small stick in Yuan Weiqing's hand. He sneered and said, "Yuan Weiqing, the small stick in your hand is short, right?" Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He was shocked. He didn't expect LV Hushan to be so lucky. He just said it casually and guessed it right. That's right, the small wooden stick in Yuan Weiqing's hand was the shorter wooden stick, and the longer wooden stick was currently in Yuan Weiqing's hand behind his back. Yuan Weiqing was surprised, but there was no change on his face. He smiled and asked, LV Hushan, you only have one chance. Think about it carefully. Is this small stick long or short? Originally, LV Hushan was full of confidence, but after hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, he was not confident anymore. He stared at the small stick in front of him and suddenly changed his mind. I was wrong. The small stick in your hand is long. Yuan Weiqing, am I right? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned once again. He sighed and moved his hands from behind his back to the front, putting the small wooden sticks in his hands together. LV Hushan, did you see? I'm holding a short one, but you said it was long. So, you were wrong. Looking at the two small sticks in Yuan Weiqing's hand, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I was fooled by you just now. I originally said it was short, but you lied to me and said it was long, so I lost. Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, don't you admit it? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, let's guess again. If I'm wrong again, then you're right. Yuan Weiqing nodded, well, since you want to guess again, then I promise you. While speaking, Yuan Weiqing put his hands behind his back again. When he was about to put his hands in front of him, LV Hushan suddenly said, Yuan Weiqing, this time you can't speak, lest I guess wrong again. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing nodded and said with a smile, okay, LV Hushan, just guess. I won't say a word. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing sneered in his heart. If you guessed these two small sticks correctly, then it would be a big joke. LV Hushan nodded, well, now you can put your hands in front of you. Yuan Weiqing slowly stretched out his hands behind his back. He didn't speak and just nodded to LV Hushan. LV Hushan ignored Yuan Weiqing. Looking at the small sticks in his hand, he frowned again. There was really no way to guess. He just took out a small stick and there was nothing to compare it with. How could he guess? This time was the same as last time. LV Hushan frowned not long after. After a while, he raised his trembling hand and pointed at the small stick. Yuan Weiqing, the small stick in your hand is short, right? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. Seeing this, LV Hushan was overjoyed. He sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, quickly take out your hand. Let me see if I guessed correctly. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. But I think I guessed correctly this time, haha. Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked slowly, LV Hushan, you really don't regret it? LV Hushan was stunned, then he waved his hand, Yuan Weiqing, I have already told you not to talk. Why are you still talking nonsense? Yuan Weiqing smiled apologetically. He put his hands behind his back and pinched the small wooden stick lightly. The small wooden stick silently broke into a section. Yuan Weiqing used his hand to crush the broken wooden stick. Only then did he place the broken wooden stick in front of him. LV Hushan, look. Is your guess right or wrong? What? Seeing Yuan Weiqing holding the small stick in front of him, LV Hushan was shocked. His face became ugly. Yuan Weiqing, how could it be? How could I guess wrong again? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, do you understand now? Sometimes, what you see may not be true. Just like the wooden stick in front of you. You think it's short, but it's long. Just like when you see the person who chased you, you think that person's height is the same as mine. This is because you thought it was me from the beginning, so you think that this person's height is my height. Of course, this person is me. LV Hushan, now think carefully. If that person is the bandit leader, Boss LV, isn't it very suitable? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. His brows gradually frowned, but he was thinking about the person who chased him. After a while, LV Hushan sighed, Yuan Weiqing, how can I remember? So much time has passed. No matter how good my memory is, it is impossible to remember. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing nodded and said with a smile, LV Hushan, that's right. If you can remember, you will find that person's figure is really like the bandit leader, Boss LV, right? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. LV Hushan, you must have seen wrongly. That person is definitely not me. Do you believe me now? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan looked at the small stick in his hand again. He had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that I really saw wrongly? Just like the two small sticks in front of him, squid. At that time, Yuan Weiqing and the bandit leader, Boss LV, were not together, so he could not accurately distinguish who the person in front of him was. Could it really be like this? If he was wrong about the height, then it could really be like what Yuan Weiqing said. The person who chased him at that time was the bandit leader, Boss LV, and not Yuan Weiqing. However, although LV Hushan had doubts in his heart, he was only wondering why because he was sure that the person who chased him at that time must be Yuan Weiqing. Seeing that LV Hushan did not speak, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, what I said is true. Why don't you believe me? Hearing this, LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered, because the person who chased me at that time was definitely you. It was definitely not the bandit leader, Boss LV. Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, you also saw it. You can't even distinguish the small stick in my hand. How can you distinguish me from the bandit leader, Boss LV? LV Hushan gritted his teeth, Yuan Weiqing, I may not be able to distinguish the height of you and the bandit leader, Boss LV, but there is one thing that I can distinguish. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly shocked and hurriedly asked, LV Hushan, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? LV Hushan nodded and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, could it be that the bandit leader, Boss LV, is your brother? Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, LV Hushan, how is this possible? I didn't know the bandit leader, Boss LV, before. How can we be brothers? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan gritted his teeth, Yuan Weiqing, since you and the bandit leader, Boss LV, are not brothers, then why are your martial arts similar? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. It may be that I can't distinguish the height, but I know the martial arts of both of you. The person who chased me said that the martial arts he used was definitely not the martial arts used by the bandit leader, Boss LV. Yuan Weiqing, although I haven't been in contact with the bandit leader, Boss LV, for a long time, we have also fought. Naturally, I know his martial arts. As for the two of us, although we haven't fought, I've seen you display your martial arts before. I can't distinguish the height of you and the bandit leader, Boss LV, but I can distinguish the difference between the martial arts of both of you. I am sure that the martial arts used by the person who chased me at that time was definitely not the martial arts used by the bandit leader, Boss LV. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and quickly recalled in his heart. Did I use the martial arts that LV Hushan saw at that time? Yuan Weiqing thought for a moment in his heart, then he let out a long sigh of relief. At that time, he was afraid that there would be an accident, so he did not use his most commonly used martial arts. It seemed that his worry at that time was correct. He did not let LV Hushan see his martial arts. However, it was because he did not use the martial arts that he was good at that LV Hushan escaped several times. This was also a mistake. Seeing Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and not speaking, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, this time you have nothing to say. I advise you to quickly admit it so that I won't be rude to you. Chapter 850. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. LV Hushan, I have already said that that person is definitely not me. LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, since you said that it is not you, then tell me, who is that person? Yuan Weiqing frowned and said slowly, LV Hushan, then tell me, did you see that person's martial arts at that time? LV Hushan shook his head, I don't know what martial arts he used, but from his movements, this person is definitely you. Yuan Weiqing waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, Have you ever thought that if two people learn saber skills at the same time, if they both practice to the peak, then their movements will be the same? Hearing these words, LV Hushan was stunned and then sneered, Yuan Weiqing, no, some of the movements in the details are definitely the same. You can't fool me about this. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, you don't understand. The movements of the same martial arts are basically the same at the end. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to see someone's movements from this, right? LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, I won't be wrong. That person's figure and martial arts are definitely you. Yuan Weiqing sighed, LV Hushan, I have already said that I am going to do other tasks. How can I have time to deal with you? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. He did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his words and continued to speak. LV Hushan, I am sure that these two people who are chasing you are definitely the bandit leader, Boss Lu. There is absolutely no mistake. LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense. I have seen the bandit leader Boss Lu's martial arts. Let me tell you, the martial arts used by the people who are chasing me are definitely not the bandit leader Boss Lu's martial arts. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, I remember you said that there were two people chasing after you. Maybe the person who has been fighting with you is not the bandit leader, Boss LV, but his helper? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, and without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, think about it. The bandit leader LV Hushan's martial arts skills are similar to yours. It's absolutely impossible for him to deal with you alone, so he will definitely find help. And this helper's martial arts must be above his. That's why he dared to cause trouble for you. If I'm not wrong, the person you're fighting with is definitely not the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Instead, it's an even more powerful helper that he found to deal with you. Don't you think so? Most importantly, you've never seen this person's martial arts before, so I'm very sure that it's someone you've never seen before. He must be the helper that the bandit leader, Boss Lu, found. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. His brows gradually furrowed as he recalled what happened at that time. Yes, the martial arts used by that person was a martial arts that he had never seen before. It was not the martial arts commonly used by Yuan Weiqing, nor was it the martial arts used by the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Could it be that the person was really the helper that the bandit leader, Boss Lu, found? If this matter was explained in this way, everything would make sense. When LV Hushan set off for the East County, Yuan Weiqing also set off for the Green Mountain to do the task. LV Hushan encountered bandits on the way. These bandits were not Yuan Weiqing, but the bandit leader, Boss Lu, and his helper. LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing once destroyed the bandit leader, Boss Lu's mountain stronghold. They naturally had a great hatred for him, so it was possible that they came to seek revenge. The most important thing was that the person who had been fighting with him used a martial arts that he had never seen before. This also proved that this person should not be Yuan Weiqing. When this matter was explained in this way, he felt that it was instantly clear, as if it was true. However, LV Hushan absolutely did not believe that this was true. No matter how plausible this explanation was, it was absolutely not like this because he was sure that the person who did it must be Yuan Weiqing. This was because it was impossible for the bandit leader, Boss Lu, to know when he would leave for the East County and where he would be going. At that time, no matter what LV Hushan did, he would be caught by those two people in the end, so he was suspicious. Thinking of this, LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered, Yuan Weiqing, do you think you can fool me like this? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, this is absolutely impossible. If this was done by the bandit leader, Boss Lu, then tell me, how could he be so clear about my route? Don't tell me that they used to be bandits and knew this very well, so they could find me. Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe this. Even if they were bandits, it's impossible for them to be so clear about our route. So I'm sure that the person who chased me at that time must be you, who knew the route, so you could find me so quickly and accurately. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, why don't you believe me? You see, you have already admitted your mistake in terms of figure. In terms of martial arts, you are also very clear that there are many people with the same movements. The person at that time was definitely not me. As for the route you mentioned, do you think it is very complicated? Let me tell you, it's easy to know your route. What's more, Boss Lu used to be a bandit, so he knows this better. How could your route be hidden from him? LV Hushan, think about it carefully. The person who chased you at that time was definitely not me. It must be Boss Lu. LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I didn't expect you to still quibble. Your cousin said that you did it, but you didn't admit it. I said that the person who chased me had a similar figure to you, but you didn't admit it. Now, regarding my route, I didn't expect you to still deny it. Yuan Weiqing, you have to know that not many people know about my route this time. Other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you think that not many people know about your route this time? LV Hushan nodded. Of course not, because the people who know about this matter are probably only the 2 of us and 2 hall masters. Only the 4 of us. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe that Hall Master Shui and Deputy Hall Master Zhong would do such a thing, so you're the only one left. Do you still want to quibble? Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, I've already told you that I didn't do it. You have to believe me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, okay, I can believe you, but only the 4 of us know about this matter. Then tell me, besides you and me, who did this between Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Hall Master Shui? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and secretly complained in his heart. Hall Master Shui and Deputy Hall Master Zhong naturally wouldn't do such a thing. They didn't have any enmity with LV Hushan, so how could they do this? So, I'm the only one left. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually exuded cold sweat. He quickly thought in his heart, how can I push this matter out? Seeing that Yuan Weiqing lowered his head and didn't speak, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I know you're thinking of bad ideas, but I don't care. Because even if you quibble about this matter, I will never believe it. Because the only person who can do this is you, there is absolutely no one else. Yuan Weiqing, I advise you to quickly admit it and save both of us the trouble. I have already said that even if you admit it, I will never take revenge. I just want to know the truth. Do you understand? Tell me, what is the truth? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, then waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, I really didn't do this. How can I admit it? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, since you said that you didn't do this, then tell me, should this matter be done by Deputy Hall Master Zhong or Hall Master Shui? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and then waved his hand. LV Hushan, how is this possible? They don't have any enmity with you. How can they do this kind of thing? LV Hushan nodded. Yuan Weiqing, you are right, but only the 4 of us know about this matter. If the 2 of them didn't do this, do you think that this matter is done by me and has nothing to do with you? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he laughed and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, you're really interesting. Are you going to say that it was me who fought with myself, and that there was no one else, and that I made all of this up? Is that it? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say that this matter was neither done by Hall Master Shui nor Deputy Hall Master Zhong. It was done by the bandit leader, Boss Lu. Do you understand? Bandit leader, Boss Lu? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan snorted coldly. Yuan Weiqing, I didn't expect you to still want to quibble under such circumstances. You want to push this matter to the bandit leader, Boss Lu? Let me tell you, this is impossible because only the 4 of us know about this matter. Only the 4 of us know about my route. Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you, under such circumstances, how did the bandit leader, Boss Lu, know about my route? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, I have already said that I don't know. However, Boss Lu and the others are all bandits. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to track a person's identity, right? Lu Hushan shook his head and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, do you know that I've been in disguise along the way, and then carefully hurried along the way? I believe that even if the bandit leader, Boss Lu, is capable, it's impossible for him to find me if he doesn't know my route of action. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? Are you speechless? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. Then, his forehead gradually exuded cold sweat. It seemed that there was really no way to explain LV Hushan's question. LV Hushan's route to the East County was indeed only known by the four of them. However, Hall Master Shui and Deputy Hall Master Zhong would never tell anyone about this matter, and they would not do it themselves. Since the two Hall Masters would not do this, Yuan Weiqing was the most suspicious one. Because, as LV Hushan said, it was impossible for him to chase after himself. Seeing Yuan Weiqing lowering his head and not speaking, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, this time you have nothing to say. Even if you want to quibble, do you think I will believe you? I advise you to admit it. I really won't do anything to you. I just want to know the truth. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, it's not that I don't want to admit it. I didn't do this. How can I admit it? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, think about it. We have been friends for so many years. How can I harm you? Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly laughed. Yuan Weiqing, we have been friends for so many years. You won't harm me. You must be joking. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, when you were chasing me, did you think about our relationship for so many years? When you attacked me, did you think that my martial arts were not as good as yours? Maybe I would really be killed by you. Yuan Weiqing, don't say those words. If you really valued our relationship, you wouldn't have chased me all the way. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, you really misunderstood me. How can I do such a thing? There must be a reason, don't you think? Reason? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He gritted his teeth and asked, Yuan Weiqing, then tell me, what is the reason? Yuan Weiqing calmed down and said slowly, LV Hushan, if I didn't guess wrong, your route. Chapter 851. Yuan Weiqing said slowly, LV Hushan, your route must have been known by others, so the people chasing you could find you accurately. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan immediately sneered and nodded, Yuan Weiqing, you're right. The person who knew my route should be you. Now, the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, I've already said that I didn't do this. Don't misunderstand. LV Hushan frowned, Yuan Weiqing, you said that you didn't do it. Then tell me, if you didn't do it, then it was Vice Hall Master Zhong and Hall Master Shui. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, of course it's impossible. How could Hall Master Shui and Vice Hall Master Zhong do such a thing? Hearing this, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me that there is a fifth person who knows about this matter. Yuan Weiqing nodded and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, I'm not worried about the fifth person, but that there are already 7 or 8 people who know about it. Do you understand? What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was shocked. Yuan Weiqing, what are you talking about? How could there be so many people who know about it? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, if it was someone else, maybe no one else would know about the root of this operation except for these 4 people. But it's really hard to say for you. Do you understand what I mean? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned and then said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, do you want to say that I would tell such an important thing to others? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, that's right. On the surface, only the four of us know about this in the secret Thunder sect in the South County. However, we don't know how many people you will tell about this. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Lu Hushan took a few deep breaths before saying with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, do you think I'm stupid? Why would I tell such an important thing to others? I think you're just talking nonsense. Don't quibble anymore. You did this, so it's useless to push the blame onto others. Yuan Weiqing, do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, I don't have to lie to you because it's all true. LV Hushan nodded as he asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, since you said that I leaked it out myself, then tell me, how did I leak it out? Why did I leak it out? Explain it to me clearly. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, you're too willing to drink, so I'm sure that when you said these words, you probably didn't even notice it because you were already drunk at that time. How would I know what you said? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, I know that I'm willing to drink, but even if I drink, do you think I will tell such an important thing? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. Even if I drink too much, I know that this matter is very important to me, so I will never say it. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, since you don't believe me, let me ask you. After this matter was decided, did you leave the next day? LV Hushan nodded. Of course, this matter was originally very urgent, so the departure was relatively rushed. After we decided in the afternoon, I left early the next morning. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded and said slowly, after you set off, I'm sure that when you were attacked by the enemy, it would be the second day of your journey, right? LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, what else do you need to guess? You did this. I'm afraid you know it better than anyone, right? Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, I have already said that I really didn't do this. If I did, why would I be here to analyze this matter with you? LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, the reason why you analyze these things with me is that you want to quibble for yourself, right? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, since you don't believe me, then it's useless for me to say more. I think we should speak with facts. When the time comes, you will naturally believe me. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, I just said that when you encountered the enemy's attack, it must be the second day of your journey. Why is that? Because the enemy's preparation was too hasty, so he couldn't take action that day. He could only wait until the next day. LV Hushan turned his head and stared at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, you can say whatever you want. Anyway, you did it. You know it better than anyone else. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sneered and continued. But it's okay to listen to you. I also want to know the process of your actions. Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, not only do I know that you encountered the enemy's attack on the second day of your journey, but I also know that on the night of your departure, you must have been drinking with your so-called friends, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. After hesitating for a short while, he waved his hand. No, Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong this time. I'm really not drinking with my friends. You have nothing to say, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was also stunned. Then, he sneered and said, LV Hushan, now that things have come to this, don't lie to me. You drink every day. I don't believe that you didn't drink that day. LV Hushan, it's better if you tell me. This is very important. I'm sure that the people who have been chasing you are the ones who were drinking with you. If you don't tell me, I'm afraid you won't know for the rest of your life. And this person claims to be your friend, but he is cruel to you. How can you trust such a friend? Maybe if you tell me the truth, we can still find this person. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. After a while, he said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, you are right. I drink every day. That day was no exception. I did drink with my friends, but I can guarantee that the friends who drank with me that day would never do such a thing to me. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, in fact, I know even if you don't say it. You drink every day. It is impossible that you didn't drink on that day. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, although I also drank with my friends that day, the friends that day definitely have nothing to do with this matter. So, this matter is naturally not done by them. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and asked with a sneer, LV Hushan, do you believe your own words? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, I am sure that the people who drank with you that day must be old 8, right? What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was shocked. Yuan Weiqing, how do you know that old 8 was there? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, it seems that I didn't guess wrong. When you drank that day, old 8 was there. It seems that my guess is right. LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, do you mean that the person who did this is old 8? Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, you are right. Although I am not 100% sure, I am at least 70% or 80% sure that this matter must be done by old 8. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Suddenly, he sneered and stared at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would old 8 attack me? Besides, I didn't tell him about this matter. How could he know my route? Yuan Weiqing, I advise you not to talk nonsense. There are some things that you can't quibble about. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sighed. LV Hushan, you really don't know why old 8 wants to deal with you? LV Hushan saw that Yuan Weiqing's expression didn't seem to be fake. He had some doubts in his heart. He frowned and asked, Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, in fact, I didn't know about this matter before. I just heard about it recently. However, there are some details that I am not sure about, so I didn't tell you. Seeing Yuan Weiqing's serious expression, LV Hushan was also a little nervous. He hurriedly asked, Yuan Weiqing, tell me quickly. What happened? Why did old 8 want to harm me? Tell me quickly. Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, do you still remember when you went to the Black Mountain? LV Hushan was stunned at first, then he sneered and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, how can I forget such an important matter? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's eyes stared at Yuan Weiqing. He gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, I will never forget that this is one of the things that you did to me. If it wasn't for my good luck, maybe I would have been killed by the beasts on the Black Mountain. That's what you wanted, right? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and sighed. He said slowly, LV Hushan, that time you went to the Black Mountain was really dangerous. If you were alone, you would have definitely been killed by the beasts on the Black Mountain. LV Hushan snorted. Yuan Weiqing, that was my good luck. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said slowly, LV Hushan, that was not your good luck. Don't you understand? LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? At that critical time, someone came to help me. Isn't that my good luck? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, let me ask you. Your martial arts are not as good as the beasts on the Black Mountain. If you go to the Black Mountain again and see the beasts on the Black Mountain attacking a stranger, will you go to help? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan froze for a moment, then he sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, aren't you talking nonsense? My martial arts are not as good as the beasts on the Black Mountain. If I go to help, what if I get killed? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing nodded and sneered. LV Hushan, if you answer like this, it means that if you see a stranger being attacked by the beasts on the Black Mountain, you will never go to help, right? LV Hushan nodded. That's right. I won't go to help. Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, I can understand if you think like this because I think so too. I believe that most people will think so too. Don't you think so? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, since most people will think like this, then why did the person who saw you being attacked by the beasts on the Black Mountain that day come forward to help you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan froze for a moment, then he sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I think that person is young. I guess he must be a young man who doesn't know anything. He doesn't know how powerful the beasts on the Black Mountain are, and he is very confident in his martial arts, so he went forward to help. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you are wrong. Even if it is a young man who doesn't know anything, as long as he is not stupid, when he sees a stranger in danger, and it is the kind of danger that he can't solve himself, I am sure that he will never go forward to help. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned tightly. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked tentatively, Yuan Weiqing, then why do you think he went forward to help? Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan, sighed, and slowly said, LV Hushan, there is only one reason why he came forward to help. It is because he knows you, so he came forward to help. Knows me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned, then he waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, are you lying to me? Chapter 852. LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, do you think I will believe your words? Let me tell you, this is impossible. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, if I know this person, why have I never seen this person before? Until now, you still dare to lie to me. Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you? Seeing LV Hushan's ferocious look, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and took a step back. He hurriedly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, you really misunderstood me. I am not talking nonsense. You really know the person on the Black Mountain. I am not lying to you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, think about it carefully. If he doesn't know you, he is not stupid. Why would he be willing to help you in such a dangerous situation? Believe me, you definitely know this person. There is no mistake about this. Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, since you said that I know him, why haven't I seen him? Why don't I know him? Are you sure I don't know the person I know? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand, sighed, and said slowly, LV Hushan, maybe I am wrong. It should be that this person knows you, and he also thought that you would know him. So, when he saw that you were in danger, he immediately stepped forward to help. LV Hushan looked at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, what you said is true. Don't tell me that you know who this person is that I don't know. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded and sighed, LV Hushan, although I have never seen this person, I know who this person is. Do you believe me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was suddenly shocked. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? You know this person? Why don't I know? Speaking of this, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment and urged again, Yuan Weiqing, tell me quickly, who is this person? Yuan Weiqing turned to look at LV Hushan and asked slowly, LV Hushan, do you still remember what I just said to you? What? LV Hushan looked at Yuan Weiqing with some doubts. Yuan Weiqing, what did you just say? Why don't I remember it has something to do with this matter? Yuan Weiqing shook his head with a wry smile. LV Hushan, we were talking about drinking? Drinking? LV Hushan was even more confused. Yuan Weiqing, what's wrong with drinking? Does it have anything to do with this? Yuan Weiqing nodded and said slowly, LV Hushan, of course it has something to do with him. Otherwise, why would I talk about this matter? Hushan, LV Hushan, Hushan speak, what do you have to? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing let out a sigh and said slowly, LV Hushan, it's because the one who saved you on Black Mountain was Old 8's elder brother, Old 6. Do you understand now? What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was suddenly shocked and asked in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? Is what you said true? Is that person really Old 8's brother, Old 6? Yuan Weiqing nodded, LV Hushan, what I said is true. I don't need to lie to you. I have heard these things from others, so I know about this matter. Hearing this, LV Hushan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Are you saying that when I went to the East County to do a mission, the person who chased me on the road was Old 8? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, what you said is possible. Although Old 8's martial arts are similar to yours, I believe that his brother's martial arts must be higher than yours, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly reacted. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing, and suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you are scaring me. You want me to believe all this just to defend yourself. Do you think I will believe you? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, why don't you believe it? Think about it carefully. If Old 8's brother, Old 6, didn't know you, how could he save you? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, as we've said just now, in such a situation, if they didn't know each other, no one would come forward to help. Because, just like you, if they went to help but you ran away, wouldn't that person be in trouble? It is precisely because of this reason that no one will go forward to help when they know that they are no match for the monsters on High Mountain. It is precisely because Old 6 has seen you at Old 8's place, and because you and his brother are both in the secret Thunder sect in the South County, that he is willing to go forward to help. Moreover, he thinks that you should also know him, so he is not worried that you will run away. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I have already said that I didn't deliberately go out of tune. If it wasn't for the secret Thunder sect in the South County and those ores, how could I run away? Speaking of which, it's all Old 6 bad luck. How can you blame me for this? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, you don't think this is your fault, right? LV Hushan nodded, of course. Why should you blame me? I am also doing this for the secret Thunder sect in the South County. If Old 6 wants to blame someone, he can only blame the secret Thunder sect in the South County. If it wasn't for the mission of the secret Thunder sect in the South County, how could I run away? Hearing LV Hushan's nonsense, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand and said with a sneer, LV Hushan, I don't want to listen to your words. I just want to tell you that when you and Old 8 were drinking that night, you might have accidentally said it, or Old 8 deliberately found out. In short, Old 8 knows this news. In this way, there are 5 people who know this news. Don't you think so? 5. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and lowered his head to think carefully. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a sneer, Yuan Weiqing, I don't believe what you said. You said that Old 8's elder brother is Old 6. This is all a lie. If this is true, why only you know it and I don't? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, you don't know the reason because no one told you. In addition, you never ask about these things, so naturally, you don't know. Although you don't know about it, I can tell you that it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask 8th brother or someone else when you go back. In short, I'm not the only one who knows about this. I think you'll believe me in the end. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded and muttered to himself, I was wondering why that person would come to save me. If it were me, I would never go. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and suddenly sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you are too cunning. I almost believed you. If I wasn't smart, I would have been fooled by you. LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. Instead, he sighed and continued to speak on his own. Yuan Weiqing, in fact, why do you have to do this? I have already said that I just want to know the truth. Even if you admit it, I won't do anything to you. Why do you have to play these tricks? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, how can you say this? As long as you go back and inquire about this matter, you will naturally know. Even if I want to lie to you, can I lie to you? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this is your lie. I will never believe it because in your lie, there is the most obvious flaw, but you didn't find it. Unfortunately, this obvious flaw was found by me, so it can completely prove that what you said is all a lie. None of it is true. Yuan Weiqing, don't play any more tricks. I tell you, if you admit it obediently, I will treat it as if it didn't happen. But if you still refuse to admit it, then don't blame me for being rude, understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he lowered his head and thought carefully in his heart. He wanted to know where the flaw that LV Hushan mentioned was. After thinking for a while, Yuan Weiqing frowned even more. He actually couldn't figure out where the flaw that LV Hushan mentioned was. Yuan Weiqing looked up at LV Hushan and asked tentatively, LV Hushan, is there really any flaw in this matter? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, of course, there is. If I didn't think of it occasionally, I would really be fooled by you. I advise you to admit it quickly. If I do something to you, it will be too late for you to regret it. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned even more. He bowed his head and thought again, but he still didn't find anything. In desperation, Yuan Weiqing could only look up at LV Hushan and ask tentatively, LV Hushan, can you tell me where the flaw in my words is? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered and nodded, Yuan Weiqing, of course, you can. Otherwise, you would think that your plan is perfect. In fact, your plan is vulnerable. As long as I think about it, I immediately think of the flaw in it. Yuan Weiqing frowned, LV Hushan, then tell me quickly. What is the flaw in it? I really want to know because what I said is true. How can there be a flaw? I don't believe it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, I really didn't expect that even though I found the flaw in your plan, you still refuse to admit it. Well, I will say it now. I want to see what you have to refute. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he sneered and continued. Yuan Weiqing, I remember very clearly that when that person rushed over to help, he just shouted at me. He didn't say anything. Yuan Weiqing, I want to ask you, if he knows me, why didn't he say it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, turned his head to look at LV Hushan, and sighed, LV Hushan, you really don't know why he didn't tell you? LV Hushan sneered, of course it's because he doesn't know me, so he didn't say it. Otherwise, why wouldn't he say it? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed again and said slowly, LV Hushan, the reason why he didn't tell you is that he is a mute. He can't say anything except shouting. Do you understand? What? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was taken aback. Even his voice trembled a little. Yuan Weiqing, what did you say? He is a mute. Yuan Weiqing nodded and slowly said, LV Hushan, Old 8's elder brother, Old 6, is a mute. If you ask, I believe that many people would know. I will never lie to you about this. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's forehead gradually exuded cold sweat. He thought that he had caught the most important flaw, but he never expected that it would turn out like this. LV Hushan lowered his head and thought carefully. He suddenly realized that Yuan Weiqing's words were very reasonable and didn't seem to be lying. This was because he remembered very clearly that when that person rushed over, he shouted at him, but the expression on his face was definitely not the expression of seeing a stranger, but as if he had seen a friend. At that time, LV Hushan really didn't care about the other party's expression. He was thinking about how to complete the mission. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly realized that Yuan Weiqing seemed to be telling the truth about this matter. The reason why the person who came to save him rushed over to help him without hesitation after seeing him was because he knew him. Thinking of this, LV Hushan suddenly realized that Old 8's brother, Old 6, was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. It seemed that it was all because of him. If he didn't run away at that time, with their martial arts, even if they couldn't beat the monster on the Black Mountain, they might be able to escape. However, after he ran away, It was absolutely impossible for Old 8's brother, Old 6, to be the opponent of the monster on the Black Mountain alone. It was precisely because of this reason that Old 8's brother, Old 6, was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. After understanding this point, LV Hushan's heart was suddenly taken aback. He somewhat understood. Chapter 853. LV Hushan frowned. Could this be the truth of the matter? Because of my escape, Old 8's brother, Old 6, was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain, so Old 8 held a grudge against me? Thinking of this, LV Hushan's forehead gradually exuded cold sweat. If this is the case, then my guess is wrong. All of this has nothing to do with Yuan Weiqing. Did I misunderstand him? Yuan Weiqing saw LV Hushan lowering his head and not speaking. He sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, now you understand. Old 8's brother, Old 6, was killed by the monster on the Black Mountain because of your escape. I believe that you may forget this matter, but Old 8 will never forget it. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he continued. LV Hushan, it may be because of this. So, when you were drinking, Old 8 secretly inquired about your route of action. Then, he ambushed on your route of action and prepared to avenge his brother, Old 6. LV Hushan, now you understand. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's all your fault. If you didn't run away at that time, how could this happen? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth, but he didn't speak because he had nothing to say. If the person who saved me on the Black Mountain was really Old 8's brother, Old 6, then this was very likely. Old 8 knew that his brother died because of me. Although I didn't do it, I did it and ran away, causing Old 6 to be killed by the monster on the Black Mountain. This is no different from me killing him. Could it be that what Yuan Weiqing said is true, and it is not what I imagined? Thinking of this, although LV Hushan still didn't believe it, the facts were in front of him, and he had to believe it. LV Hushan was about to look up, but his heart suddenly moved. He remembered what Yuan Weiqing's cousin said and doubted it again. No, if what Yuan Weiqing said is true, then why did his cousin say that he did it? Is it really like what Yuan Weiqing said? Is it because I used a little trick, so his cousin spoke nonsense? Thinking of this, LV Hushan carefully recalled Yuan Weiqing's cousin's appearance when he spoke, and he doubted it again. He remembered very clearly that when Yuan Weiqing's cousin said this, it didn't seem like he was lying. Since it didn't seem like a lie, is it true? But if what Yuan Weiqing's cousin said is true, what is going on with Old 8's matter? Could it be that what Yuan Weiqing said was false? That his men were not Laro Ba's elder brother, Laro Liu? Was this all made up by Yuan Weiqing? Thinking of this, LV Hushan looked up at Yuan Weiqing and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you're too cunning. I almost fell into your trap again. The person I met on Black Mountain couldn't be Old 8's brother. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? You're just talking nonsense, aren't you? Seeing that LV Hushan didn't believe his words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, how can I lie to you about this matter? Besides, even if I want to lie to you, you just need to ask Old 8, and this matter will be clear. LV Hushan, don't worry, I won't do such a stupid thing. How can I lie about this? If you find out, it will be bad for our friendship. What I said is true. The person you met on the Black Mountain is definitely Old 8's brother 6. If you don't believe me, I can swear that you will believe me, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. He was puzzled again. He looked carefully at Yuan Weiqing's expression, and it didn't seem like he was lying. What's going on? Is Yuan Weiqing not lying to me? Is the person I met on the Black Mountain really Old 8's brother 6? But is there really such a coincidence in the world? It shouldn't be. It's my first time going to the Black Mountain to do a task. Could it be that I met Old 8's brother 6? No, there must be a reason for this. Seeing that LV Hushan lowered his head and didn't speak, Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, don't find excuses for yourself. Let me tell you, the person you met on the Black Mountain is definitely Old 8's brother 6. This is not wrong. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. He didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his words, and continued to speak. LV Hushan, think about it carefully. When you were fighting with the monster on the Black Mountain, that person should have seen it. Even if he didn't know the strength of the monster on the Black Mountain, when he saw you fighting, he should have understood. Since he already knew how powerful the monsters on the Black Mountain were, why did he still go and save you? If he didn't know you, then he should be a fool. Otherwise, why would he take the initiative to rush forward when he saw danger? So you don't have to doubt anymore. That person is really Old Eight's brother 6. This is definitely not wrong. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, even if that person is Old Eight's brother 6, so what? How can he hate me? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, he should hate you. If you didn't know that the Black Mountain was very dangerous and let me do this task alone, how could this have happened? If Old Eight wants to find someone to take revenge, shouldn't he look for you? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. He really couldn't figure out what was in LV Hushan's mind. How could this matter have anything to do with him? It was obvious that LV Hushan was timid and selfish, so he ran away first. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem to have anything to do with him. However, although Yuan Weiqing knew that this was the case, he didn't want to say it because he knew that even if he said it, it would be useless. LV Hushan had already determined that this was the case, and he would absolutely not repent. Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, let's not talk about who's right and who's wrong. What we're talking about now is that Old Eight's brother, Old 6, was killed by the monsters on the Black Mountain because of you. Even if you want to deny this, you can't deny it, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned. Yuan Weiqing, although this matter has a little to do with me, I won't admit that it's all my fault. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing waved his hand and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not, but I think Old Eight must have thought that this matter was your fault, so he tried every means to find an opportunity. When you went to the East County, it was the best opportunity for him to make a move. He already knew your route of action, so no matter where you go, he can accurately know where you will go. Doesn't this explain the doubts in your heart? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, then let me ask you, does your cousin's words not count? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, your cousin made it very clear that the two of you were the ones behind this matter. Not only that, your cousin was very clear about everything that happened when I was attacked. If it wasn't done by the two of you, how could he know so clearly? So you don't have to quibble anymore. Yuan Weiqing, this matter must be done by you. It can't be wrong. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I have already said that the reason why my cousin said those words was that you used a little trick on him, so he had to say it. But this is actually not done by him. He just didn't want you to use a little trick again. Don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I admit that I used a little trick on your cousin, but then tell me, why is your cousin so clear about everything that happened when I was attacked? If he didn't do it, why would he know? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. LV Hushan, what's so strange about this? Of course, I told him. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He gritted his teeth and asked, Yuan Weiqing, then how did you know? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand and sighed. LV Hushan, how did I know? Of course, you told me. Otherwise, how could I know? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan was stunned and scratched his head. Yuan Weiqing, why don't I remember telling you that you must be lying? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. Only then did he remember that LV Hushan didn't seem to have told him about this matter. But how could this be a problem for Yuan Weiqing? He just pondered for a moment in his heart, then said with a smile. LV Hushan, I have advised you before to drink less. Look, you don't even remember what you said before. What did you say? LV Hushan stared at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, You said that I told you when I was drinking? Yuan Weiqing nodded. Of course, if you didn't tell me when you were drinking, how could I know? Impossible. LV Hushan waved his hand vigorously. Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. Why don't I remember telling you that? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, can you remember what you said when you were drunk? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, don't lie to me. I didn't say it. How can I remember it? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a smile, LV Hushan, do you know that when you drink 10 times, you will be drunk at least 8 times? In these 8 times, can you remember what you have said? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. Without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, when you are not drunk, you may not say it because you can still control yourself. However, in the 8 times when you are drunk, I'm afraid you can't remember what you said, right? That is, in these 8 characters, you told me the whole process of this matter. You even told me how scared you were at that time. Tell me, how can I not know? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was suddenly taken aback. He asked in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, what did I say? Yuan Weiqing sighed and said slowly, LV Hushan, you said that you were very scared at that time. If you could kneel down and beg for mercy with those 2 people. Hearing this, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted Yuan Weiqing's words. He sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I say that? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you don't have to deny it. You really said that to me, and you even cried while talking. You said that if they let you go, you would agree to any condition. Cried. LV Hushan blushed. Yuan Weiqing, don't say it. I don't believe your words. No matter how much you say, I won't believe it. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, I didn't make this up. You told me yourself. I remember it very clearly. Every time you drank to the end, you would tell me how scared and helpless you were at that time. If someone was willing to help you, you would be willing to do anything they asked of you. Shut up. LV Hushan was a little annoyed. He roared and interrupted Yuan Weiqing's words. Yuan Weiqing, these are all nonsense. I won't believe you. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. I told my cousin those words. Maybe he was afraid of your little tricks, so he repeated what I said to him, making you misunderstand that this matter was done by the 2 of us. But in fact, this matter has nothing to do with us. You found the wrong person. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned, and his brows gradually frowned. Could it be that he had really guessed wrong? What Yuan Weiqing said was very reasonable. When I was sober, I wouldn't tell this matter because LV Hushan had always suspected that Yuan Weiqing did it. How could he say it? When I was drunk, I might have said it because this kind of thing had happened more than once. Someone had told me that I said these words when I was drunk. I told them about the sneak attack I encountered in the East County. Since I have told these things to others, it seems normal to say these things to Yuan Weiqing when I was drunk. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing had some doubts in his heart. If this matter was not done by Yuan Weiqing, was it really done by 8th brother? But why did he feel that something was wrong with this matter? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.